Gina Argento, Baden Bakowski,
Here.
Lisa Bamonte,
Here.
Gina Barrows,
Here.
Eric Rosides,
Here.
Iris Cabrera, Phil Capernegro, Frank Carbone,
Here.
Steve Chesler,
Here.
Michael Cianchelli, Teresa Sincata, Stephanie Cuevas, Ronan Daly, Giovanni D'Amato, Evan Drinkwater, Arthur Dibanaski,
Here.
Lloyd Fang, Julia Amanda Foster,
I'm here.
Alice Fuller, Crystal Garcia, Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross,
Here.
David Helmick,
Here.
Sabrina Help, Katie Denny Horowitz,
Here.
Sonia Iglesias here, Moshe Zinding, Robert Jeffrey,
Here.
Bonvina Kaminsky,
Here.
Corey Canton,
Here.
Paul Kulterborn,
I'm here.
William Clasborn,
Here.
Yolando,
Falar em que
Yolando,
é? Vamos.
Marie Liaison,
Here.
Yolo. Can you guys please mute yourself? Come on, help me, guys, please. Yolo, Trina McKeever, Adam Myers,
Adam Myers is here.
thank you. Sante Michelli, Sante, Toby Moskowitz, Rabbi David Niederman, Karen Nieves, Mario Domerick,
I'm here.
thanks. Janice Peterson, Bella Sable, Isaac Sofa, Del T,
Here.
William Vega, Maria Viera, Maria, where are you? I saw you.
Present.
Thank you. Simon Weiser.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
Joel Gross is here. You hear me?
Yes, Mr. Gross. Okay, yes, I got you.
Just double checking. Did you get Frank Carbone?
Mr. Frank, yes, sir.
Thank you.
And Giovanni
Thank you.
D'Amato.
Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Carbone. Anybody else?
David Heimlich.
David Helmick?
Yeah,
I got you, sir.
thank you.
Thank you.
Sonia, Gina Argento is here. She's having trouble with her audio.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mary. So we have 27. Answer the call, 604.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Sonia.
you.
Okay. First item on the agenda is Graduate School of Public Health and Health Policy. Diana Romero. Is anybody here to present on that item?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi, I'm Samantha. I think Diana and I are both having some issues with our audio. Sorry, just give me one moment.
No problem.
Sonia, I got a message from Gina Argento. She said, please let her in. She's having trouble getting in.
Is she under attendee?
I don't know what she is. No, I don't think so. She's on panelist, but she said you need to let her in.
She's an
So,
attendee then. Okay, Johanna?
Trina McKeever said she's here, but she's unable to unmute herself.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Mary. I'm trying to find her.
Hi, Sante, I'm also here. I don't know if you called my name before. I'm having problem to
Yeah, we
connect.
all are. Today's a crazy day. Thank you, Sante.
William Vega here.
Thank you, Mr. William.
Sonia, Phil Caponegro also.
Thank you, Phil.
Trina's in now. Thank you.
Thanks, Johanna.
Okay, is everybody in that was trying to get in?
Looking at the attendees, I don't know, something went wrong today. It was weird.
Okay, Diana, are you ready to start? Ms. Ramiro? Samantha?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
I can't hear anything.
We can hear you.
Try signing out and signing back in. Sometimes that works.
Is
is a wonderful thing.
DSNY here? Is the sanitation department here?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm gonna
We're
log
gonna-
out and
we're
then.
gonna-
I'm sorry.
We're gonna do the sanitation presentation, and then we'll come back to you, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, sanitation department.
Everyone, my name is Michael. Thank you very much for having me. I am from the Department of Sanitation. I am a community affairs liaison. So any issues you do have sanitation related, I did leave my information in the chat, so you could feel free to reach out to me, and I will be glad to help out on any instances, not just the set out times. But today we wanted to go into our new set out times. It goes into effect on April 1st, 2023. So right now, with this rule, we're looking to reduce the time the trash obstructs the street, making our streets cleaner, and we're looking to reduce the rats. For residents, there'll be two options for setting out trash and recycling, as well as curbside composting. So if you do have a container, you can put it out from 6 p.m. on to midnight. Keep in mind that container does have to be 55 gallons or less with a secure lid. After 8 p.m., if you like to put garbage bags, you are more than welcome to do that. For businesses, you also have two options for setting out those items. You could either put it out in a bin with a secure lid 1 hour before closing time or after 8 p.m. as well. One moment. We are currently doing a lot of outreach to let residents as well as businesses know. We like having these conversations with the community boards like you guys, and appreciate you guys having us as well. We are mailing all this information to residents, property managers, and businesses. We also are trying to reach out to multi-dwelling buildings with like 10 and plus units, and we are doing paid media campaign coverage as well as digital radio and public space advertising. Any further questions, I'll feel free to reach out to me. Going forward, you have my number in the chat. Any questions now about this, I'll be glad to take as well.
Does anybody have any questions?
Madam Chair, it's Sonia. I just wanted to be clear. You stated that when they take the bags out, what time would that be?
Okay, so for a resident, you could put it out after 8 p.m.
No, because the residents don't do that. Normally in the multiple dwellings, it's a super.
Yes.
And most of them work till like 4 o'clock.
So all right, so they've been contacted by DSNY, these multi-dwelling buildings. They were given the opportunity to opt into specific guidelines where they could either put it out the morning of at a certain time, or they could go with their usual, they could do that 8 o'clock rule. But the buildings with multi-dwellings were definitely contacted, and they were given the opportunity to opt into a different set out time.
I'm sorry, one more question, follow up.
Sure.
They would have to notify Department of Sanitation to get into that program to.
So annually, we have an opt-in. It is past that date right now, so anyone who is opt-in already, that was done on January 31st. But
And there are no exceptions.
I'm not exactly sure. I could try to reach out to a supervisor to see if there are any people who do have any questions or want to try to opt in still, if you could accommodate that, but I can't guarantee you anything. But every year they'll be given the opportunity to opt into that special set out time.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Chair, this is William Vega. May I speak? I don't have the race function, strangely.
I'm sorry?
The hand raise signals under the panelists. You got a hand over there. Go ahead, Vega.
I don't see it, unfortunately. It's one of those days, but we also don't have chat. So if you could give us your phone number.
Okay. My office number is 212-291-1220. I'm there pretty much Monday through Friday. There's usually someone there, if it's not me, who answers the phone between 8 and 5 p.m.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Michael, could you send us an email to the office and we'll send out all your contact information to the board?
Of course. I'll do that tomorrow at work, okay?
Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
No worries.
Any other questions?
Yes, Simon, I want to say.
Go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, can I bring up another point?
Of course.
Not related to this issue. Okay, so today I received a complaint from a constituent, CB1. He says that when the garbage truck passes by, it doesn't pick up the trash from the house. He's not notified, and right away in the morning, the inspectors pass by and they give a summons. I myself, I live here in Williamsburg, and a couple of times the truck leaves out my specific building because maybe, they're a bit lazy to go. If it's one car's parked next to each other, they don't want to go around, and they leave the trash behind, and it ends up sitting outside on the curbside till Tuesday. So if it's a multi-family building, you're talking about an hour's work of the super to put them back in the place. So meanwhile, the building's getting a summons for putting out the garbage too early. So what's the mechanism that if this happens, that people shouldn't be ticketed? Summons for.
So say you do put out your garbage the night before, and it's your usual collection day. Come that morning, you see the rest of the block is serviced, and yours wasn't picked up. You could call me at that phone number. I'll be glad to reach out to the district directly for you, let them know the situation, and they will try to accommodate you as soon as possible. Usually we're given 24 hours to collect the garbage. So say that garbage is not picked up past that time, you're also welcome to call me the next day or 301 and put in a missed collection complaint as well. And that should protect you from any summonses that were issued past that 24-hour point, okay?
But 311 also you said? Or did you? I'm sorry, I wasn't clear.
So,
you said it.
Say your collection day is Monday, for instance, and you put out that garbage and it's not collected the whole day Monday and it's coming into Tuesday, you call 301. Once that 24-hour period ends, you could call into 301, say the garbage was missed, you get a missed collection complaint, you will be given a 311 number. Say you are given a summons. When you have that summons date, you say, hey, I put in a complaint for miscollection on this date. This is, a miscollection, not me putting it out too late or too early or anything like that. Okay? But even before that, you could give us a call at my phone number that I gave you, and we'll reach out to the district and we'll speak to them directly and we'll try to accommodate it as soon as possible. Okay?
Yes, one other point I want to mention that I passed one of the streets last week, and I saw that a sweeper had swept the curbside of the street, and all the trash that was supposed to be, picked up with the sweeper, it was swept in the middle of the road. Looks like the broom wasn't working, the mechanical problem. But I mean, the driver of this vehicle should, time to time, look in the back and see that nothing was being picked up. He was just sweeping it from the side to the center of the street.
Okay. Anytime you do that, you feel free to reach out to me as well. Obviously, in a perfect world, that sweeper's working perfectly, but we will reach out to a supervisor that handles that area, and we'll try to, either see what's up with that sweeper and obviously get those items cleaned up as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you. Just at the same time, while you're on the phone, I would like just to thank your department, all the heads up that they changed the night cleaning in a large portion of Community Board 1. A lot of streets were the midnight, middle of night cleaning because of the old commercial blocks. And the last 2 months, they changed all that to day cleaning, which is, and it was a long project of many years. And thank God we're up to now where everything has been, all the signs have been changed. And thank you very much for the hard work the sanitation department put into this. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I will definitely relay the message to the local district as well as, the higher ups. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a fast question, Madam Chair, Sante here. Once we have sanitation here.
Okay.
Yeah, on Milton Street and Greenpoint, I was wondering, is that your competence? Because they've been doing some construction, they've been pouring water all along the block with mixed concrete, probably washing container, stuff like that, and all the street is still consistently marked. I was afraid that all this debris could have gone into the sewer, but I was wondering, is that something normally in regards to DOB, or it's something that fell under your competence of sanitation?
Okay, so it's like construction being done by there's someone who's doing a building or
Pressure
something.
washing concrete. They were washing buckets with the concrete were missing, but they've been doing that consistently for a while, and you can see the entire half of the block is was running down on the block. So
it could possibly some of that be part of our issue with the cleaning. We could help with the cleaning, but obviously we want them to stop doing that, so we may issue some summonses on that part. But with the water system and stuff going to the water system that that isn't approved of, that would probably be a DEP issue. I could try to confirm that for you. Okay.
yeah, Milton Street and Greenpoint. So you'll see that it's on the left-hand side. It's on the Monday and Thursday cleaning day side.
Okay.
So
All right.
okay, thank you. Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much.
Any other questions? Any other questions? No? Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you for your presentation, and we look forward to the literature.
Oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate you having me.
You're quite welcome. Have a good evening.
You too.
Ms. Miro, are you ready now?
Yes, hello. I'm sorry, I had to switch computers for whatever reason. I didn't have any audio. Okay, well, thank you for this time. If I could, I don't know if I have the ability to share my screen. I do have a short presentation to help folks with the information. Is that possible?
Yes, we can give
Here
you
we go.
permission to share the screen.
Wonderful. Okay, great. Let me find my, here we go. Okay, and move something out of the way. Okay, wonderful. So thank you for the time this evening. I'm Diana Romero, and I'm a professor at the CUNY School of Public Health. We're up in 125th Street in Harlem, part of the CUNY system. And the reason why I asked if we could present is because we're partnering in a project with the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene that intends to really engage New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. And so we've been presenting at CB's for quite some time now to try to spread the word about this project. So as you can see here, it's called the Health Equity and Access to Care project, or HEAC. And I just have a few slides to give you the basic information about the project. The health department about a year ago conducted an analysis of state health care utilization data, specifically hospital data, looking at New Yorkers' use of hospital services, and found very significant differences. What they found in a nutshell, and it wasn't surprising, these are hypotheses that they came in with, was they found that individuals from communities of color, as well as those with either no or public health insurance, particularly Medicaid, were more likely to use the public or safety net hospitals in the city. And those who identified as white and or had private health insurance, not surprisingly, were significantly more likely to use, have utilized services at private hospitals. Let me see. So clearly what they saw in the aggregate, sort of large scale quantitative data across New York City, was that there were these significant differences in healthcare access. And sorry, this is a little delayed here. And what they used were the Sparks data. Some folks are available with that. It's hospital utilization data across the state, but of course they focused in on New York City alone. Now, what there are things that we do and don't know from different kinds of data. And so because the Sparks data are sort of these quantitative hospital-based data, they can be very good for things like I have here, different patient characteristics. Obviously, the analyses that they did looked at racial, ethnic identity, as well as health insurance status. There's other data like the diagnoses, the treatments they received, cost, all of that, is informative. And what that leads to is sort of like telling us, okay, are there differences across patient groups, sort of the what? And like I said, they did find significant differences by race, ethnicity, and health insurance. But one of the things that these kinds of data can't tell us is sort of explain what's going on or the why. So what they were really interested in is trying to sort of dig deeper and get at what are specific factors, specific experiences that people have, which may result in their going to certain hospitals or maybe not feeling that they can go to other hospitals, when they're looking to access healthcare. So what they did is they basically reached out to us to see if we could partner in this project where, I'll highlight here, sorry, the focus here is on the qualitative. They have the quantitative data they already looked at, but they really wanted to get qualitatively at, what's going on in the city around what essentially looks like very segregated, healthcare experiences. So since the fall, we got going with reaching out and conducting focus groups with New Yorkers, as I said, across the city. What this says here basically is that between last year and through fiscal year 2024, this project is envisioned to be ongoing so that we can really enroll and involve, rather, as many New Yorkers as possible on what's going on in terms of their access and care. Right now, we're in this phase right here, phase 1, where we're looking at people who identify with a wide range of racial ethnic identities. But what we're really zeroing in on are these two groups here, those with private insurance versus those with public insurance like Medicaid, because that's where the biggest differences are happening. We know that there's a lot of diversity in New York City, and so there is the plan to roll this out to include others. For example, migrants, individuals not born in this country, also especially vulnerable groups like indigenous communities, the unstably housed, formerly incarcerated. And, we also know that Medicare is a whole nother, entity. And so that will likely just require, a specific focus as well. It's a different kind of public health insurance, if you will. But right here in this first phase is what we're trying to target, invite New Yorkers to do these focus groups with us, who either have private insurance or Medicaid, and get a sense of what their experiences accessing care have been, and specifically in the past year. To give you a sense of how we're trying to get the word out, we just kind of list here, not a complete, but sort of a truncated list of the efforts we've been making. We've reached out to various CBOs. We, the health department obviously has grantees and partners with different organizations. They've spread the word that way. Obviously, we're here tonight. We've presented to, I think, 7 different Brooklyn community boards, as well as in the other boroughs, and we're continuing to do so. We've met with borough presidents' offices, used all sorts of social media, and we're also very happy to go to, in-person events across the city. But importantly, this is not just a one-way, just get the word out to you all, but we really hope that it can be, a two-way conversation, because this last bullet here is what's really important, is if any folks that are part of the community board, as well as in your communication to individuals in the community, if you have any suggestions for how we can continue to get the word out about this project. Essentially, it's focus groups that we are conducting, and I'll just switch over in a second and just show you the flyer so you can get the full sense of the outreach we're doing. So I'm just going to stop sharing and then just show you the flyer, and then I'm happy to answer any questions and to get your feedback as well. So let me just open the flyer here. Here we go. I know it's probably smaller, at least it is on my screen. But we have this in a few forms. We have it where we obviously make it available in person at events we go to, but we also send it out electronically to different organizations, and we have a version that can be posted more easily through social media, like on Instagram. But what we're looking for, as long as people live somewhere within the 5 boroughs of the city and have tried to either accessed care in the past year or tried to, but maybe were not able to access care for themselves or someone close to them, identifying these sort of broad, racial, ethnic categories, and are 18 years or older. For now, we're doing them in English because that's the first phase. But as soon as we move into the phase with non-US born, different immigrant groups, we will expand to do focus groups in different languages. And between a URL that people can click on or a QR code that folks can, take a picture of, or in person, if we go to events and we bring like tablets with us, people can, sign on in person. These links will just take folks to like a 10-question survey, and that survey will just determine if they're eligible. Like if all of these, elements are met, then we follow up with them and schedule them to participate in a focus group. Right now, individuals are receiving $40 for their participation, but we're probably going to add a short survey at the end of the focus group, and then that'll be increased to $50 for their time. And at the end of all of this, the hope is that the findings from this project will be used by the health department to inform both policy and programmatic recommendations around trying to reduce the segregated access to care that apparently is currently, in place. So I think I'll stop there. And again, if folks have questions, I'm happy to answer them, but I'm also really eager to know if you have suggestions as to how maybe working with you, we can get the word out to the community, and what you think would be, different ways that might be able to involve as many people as possible. Thank you.
Are there any questions or suggestions? Anybody have any questions or suggestions?
Chair,
Don't
can
see that.
the presentation be sent to the board?
Pardon me?
Can the presentation be sent to the board?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think I have my colleague Samantha Wexler, I think, is on here, and I think she may have sent it in advance of this meeting, but we can certainly send it
Great. If I missed it, I
again.
apologize.
No, it's okay. We can certainly send it. This presentation, I'm happy to send to you. And the flyer is really what will get folks, that's the path for them to kind of get to the screener to let us know if they want to be involved in a focus group. I wonder if that's something that, does the community board post these kinds of announcements on the website or send out newsletters, emails, that kind of thing, where we might be able to include it?
Yeah, send us the whole package. We'll send that on our e-list and our board member list.
Wonderful.
Any other questions or suggestions? Any other questions or suggestions?
Hi,
Hearing none.
this is Caroline Kwan from the EPA. I thought a good suggestion is we do a lot of outreach program for our own, project. I think that, if this is specific to New York City, the NYCHA building, there's a lot occupant. So maybe you want to reach out to the New York City housing, post these flyer on their bulletin board, so everyone has these smartphone now. They could scan the QR code and do the survey on their phone or something, you know what I mean, or help someone do it. So I think posting that flyer, you said, was the key. I think having a physical flyer for people to look at, church groups and things like that. New York City, just so many things going on. So I think that, these locations, supermarket, maybe
Absolutely.
supermarket and things like that, people who goes, these location people are shopping there, that they see, you know what I mean? So if there's any, bulletin board they could post in these locations where people shop and attend function, event, religious event or things, But I
Yep,
think the New
that
York
sounds-
City NYCHA building is big. Those are the big keys. for
Sure,
those
and the
communication.
tenants, and I think the tenant association presidents might be the way to, so I definitely appreciate that recommendation.
Maybe you could have the health and hospitals posted for you also.
Like definitely.
Yeah, the thing is, health and hospitals, we're looking for a broad swath of folks, and health and hospitals already those are public hospitals. So we're trying to kind of go to the community where there might be folks who go to H&H hospitals, but they may also go to other hospitals as well, just to kind of keep it sort of as diverse as possible.
Yeah, well, you got a lot of people that go to the hospitals because that's what your survey said. People don't go to private hospitals; they go to the health and hospital.
Right. So we're looking to recruit from both sets to kind of do a good comparison. So we would include them, but we'd also want to reach out to places where people may go to private hospitals so we could get a better sense of what is driving whether they go to one or the other.
I think all the suggestions are good. Any
That's
other
great.
questions or suggestions? Hearing none. Thank you so much, Diana, for your presentation. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye. Next item on the agenda is 136 Franklin Avenue. Christina Maroon, Kushner Studios.
Hello. Sorry.
Hello.
Thank you for having us. I guess if you could give us permission to share, we'll share our screen and our presentation. Sorry, in order to share my screen, I have to quit and come back in. Sorry about that. I'll be right back.
Okay, since he has to go out and come back in, I understand Maritza is here from Senator Gonzalez's office. Would you like to speak now, Maritza?
Hi there. Thank you so much. The senator actually will be on later during the elected officials section, so I'll just wait for her update then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, since we're waiting for him, let's go to the Newtown Creek Superfund update.
Hi, my name is Caroline Quand. I'm one of the remedial project manager for Newtown Creek. I'd like to introduce my team. You see that we have Rapika Kadu on video. She's another project manager for Newtown Creek. She will do the presentation on the update of Newtown Creek. And again, thanks for the invite to present the update for the CB1 group. Also wanted to introduce Mark Schmidt. Mark, would you put yourself on video, I guess, and speak? So maybe that's, he is another project manager for Newtown Creek.
Hi, everyone.
And also we have Stephanie Vaughan. She is our section chief for Newtown Creek. Stephanie? Did we lose you? The next person is Natalie Loney. She is our community involvement coordinator for Newtown Creek with the EPA.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you. So again, Rapika Kadu will be doing the presentation for the Newtown Creek. Thank you, Rapika.
My screen. So yeah, so I'll be presenting with both people with the Superfund site. I do have a lot of information to get through in a lot of time, so.
You've got a lot of static. We can't understand what you're saying.
Okay.
It's very choppy, Rapika.
It's choppy. Okay, hold on. I'm not sure. I'm connected to my Wi-Fi. Is it better now? Give me 1 sec.
Oh, Rapika is having connection problem. She can't connect? So we have an administrator to let her in or something? Or is this?
You go out, she's trying to get back in.
Right.
I'm searching for her.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted, this is Stephanie Vaughn. I just wanted to let you know I am on. I just wasn't able to unmute before.
Oh, sorry about that, guys.
We got the other presenter on now. Now they're having issues. I'll call you when they finish.
Okay.
Thank you.
I see Rapika's name in the as a panelist, so she looks like she's still there. But if you're hearing us, Rapika, we can't hear you at all.
She could hear, but she cannot, could you ask them to make them, she can't unmute, that's why. You have to unmute her. Yeah, someone have to unmute her.
What is her name?
Rapika Ketu, Ketu.
But she's under panelist. I don't understand.
Right, yeah. She's under a panelist already. She's gonna try again. They're showing her as attendees, that's why.
She got out.
Yeah, she's coming back in now. She's gonna try again to re-sign in. Okay, she's back in. Let's see what happened. She's showing as attendees. Could someone like move her back to the panelists, I guess?
Yes, we're working on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. Sorry about that. Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Better? Okay. Can someone give me the ability to share my screen, please?
Yeah, you are now the presenter.
Yeah, but the share button is still grayed out.
I just gave you the permission.
I'm not able to share if someone else from EPA can share the presentation. It still says I can't share content.
I think it's your device, because if you double check your device, I think it's your device. If you're using your laptop or device you're using, I think that's the issue.
Device.
Okay, now I'm the presenter, so now I can present. Okay. All right, let me try this again. Okay, can everyone see my screen? And can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes, you're good.
All right. So yeah, I'm gonna give a quick overview on the Newtown Creek Superfund site. And yeah, my name is Rapika. I'm one of the project managers, and I work with Caroline, Mark, and Stephanie on the site. So Newtown Creek is a 3.8 mile tidal water body. It is a tributary of the East River, and it forms a portion of the border between Brooklyn and Queens. It's designated by New York City as one of the 6 significant maritime and industrial areas, and it's part of the New Jersey Harbor Estuary. So before I get into the site itself, I wanted to do a brief overview of Superfund. So in 1980, Congress established the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act, CERCLA for short, in response to toxic waste dumps such as Love Canal and Valley of Drums. These toxic waste dumps received national attention when the public learned about the risks to human health and the environment posed by these contaminated sites. And so CERCLA, which is informally called Superfund, is a program that's administered now by the Environmental Protection Agency in cooperation with state and tribal governments. And the goals include protecting human health and the environment by cleaning up polluted sites, involving communities in the Superfund process, and working with responsible parties to clean up the Superfund sites. And cleanup itself is a multi-step process that I'll go through on the next slide. And our goal is to make sure that the community is included throughout the entire cleanup process. So Superfund has multiple steps associated with it. There's assessment, characterization, selection of remedy, cleanup, and post-construction. The assessment phase consists of the discovery of the contamination. Once EPA discovers contamination at the site, we do some preliminary studies and inspections to see whether it should become a Superfund site and if it meets the Superfund criteria. If it's determined that the site does pose a risk to people in the environment, then it's listed on a list called the National Priorities List and receives funding for cleanup. Once the site is listed on the NPL, EPA characterizes it by studying the nature and extent of contamination. EPA studies what the contaminants are, where they're present, and how they move around. This allows EPA to develop a comprehensive understanding of the contamination and develop a conceptual site model. And during this stage, EPA also assesses risks to human health and ecological health. This information then allows us to conduct a feasibility study, which is also part of characterization here. And as part of the feasibility study, EPA evaluates different actions and cleanup methods that can be taken to clean up the site. Once we conduct that study, then during the selection of remedy phase, EPA recommends a preferred remedy and presents the cleanup plan in a document called a proposed plan, which is available for public review and comment. Once EPA decides on the cleanup method, then we issue something called a record of decision, or ROD for short. And a ROD is a legally binding decision document that outlines the cleanup specifics. Once the ROD is issued, EPA moves ahead with implementing the cleanup. The cleanup phase involves development of detailed cleanup plans, followed by construction and implementation of the plan. And those steps are called the remedial design and remedial action over here, if you guys can see my cursor. And once that's completed, once the work is completed, then EPA periodically checks to ensure that the cleanup method is functioning properly, which can involve like routine monitoring and reviews of the site and enforcing any long-term site restrictions, such as institutional controls. And community engagement occurs throughout the entire cleanup process. At this point, we are in the characterization phase for Newtown Creek. A brief history of Newtown Creek. So Newtown Creek was once one of the busiest industrial areas in New York City. It was lined with heavy industrial facilities, including oil refineries, petrochemical plants, fertilizer and glue factories, sawmills, and lumber and coal yards. In 1856, New York City began dumping raw sewage directly into the water. The creek was crowded with commercial vessels, including large boats bringing in raw materials and fuel and taking out oil, chemicals, and metals. During World War II, the creek was one of the busiest ports in the nation. And to this day, industrial, commercial, and municipal facilities still operate along the creek. Newtown Creek was listed on the National Priorities List in September of 2010. 6 respondents signed an administrative order on consent in 2011 to conduct the remedial investigation and feasibility study under EPA oversight. And the study area itself is defined as the water and sediment of Newtown Creek and its tributaries up to and including the landward edge of the shoreline and including any bulkheads or riprap containing the water body or to the ordinary high water mark where those are not present. And the study area itself has 2 units. So we divide it up into operable unit 1, which is the entire study area where work is currently underway and expected to be completed no sooner than 2023. And then there's also operable unit 2, which evaluated the impacts of the current and reasonably anticipated future discharge of Superfund site-related chemicals of potential concern from combined sewer overflows to the study area. A focused feasibility study for that area was prepared by the New York City Department of Environmental Protection with EPA oversight, and a record of decision was signed for that unit in 2021, which I'll get into a little later. This here is a site map. So this is Newtown Creek, the entire study area. As you can see, it has multiple tributaries: Dutch Kills, Well Creek, Maspeth Creek, East Branch, and English Kills. To the north is Queens, and to the south over here is Brooklyn. These are the current, this is the current list of potentially responsible parties that we have identified. So there are certain responsible parties that are currently the performing PRPs. They're the ones that are doing the remedial investigation and feasibility study under EPA oversight. And then here in recently named, we have, you know, these are the recently named PRPs. And we're, throughout the whole process, we're constantly searching for other parties that are responsible for the contamination. Some of our partners include the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. In terms of community involvement, we do have a Newtown Creek Community Advisory Group, and it serves as the focal point for exchange of information among the local community and EPA. And it provides community input on the site, and they hold monthly meetings to discuss progress of cleanup. And we regularly attend those meetings. We present on topics that the CAG requests from us. And it's really a great platform for anyone living in the area to get involved and learn more about the site. The remedial, so right now we're in the remedial investigation and feasibility study phase of the site. So the remedial investigation itself consists of doing a site background, characterizing the nature and extent of contamination, assessing risk to human health and ecological health, figuring out what the sources of contamination are, and then fate and transport of contamination, which involves looking at how the contaminants move around and where they end up. The contaminants of concern for sediment at this site include polychlorinated biphenyls, or PCBs, hydrocarbons, copper, lead, and dioxins and furans. This is a general conceptual site model, which can be a lot to take in, but it kind of shows the different mechanisms at play in the creek that might cause the sediment to move around. We have different sources over here, like CSO outfalls, stormwater outfalls that could be contributing to contamination or discharging contaminants into the creek. And then we also have, you know, the tidal exchange, with the East River. Hold on, let me go back. And so this is developed during the remedial investigation phase based on all the data that we collect, and so that we can, you know, see what's essentially going on at the site. In terms of remedial investigation related tasks, we completed field work between 2012 and 2019. The human health risk assessment was approved in 2018. The ecological risk assessment was approved in 2018 as well. And the remedial investigation report is about to be approved in early 2023. So that report has been completed. You know, we're just doing our final check, and we will be approving that RI report. And in terms of modeling, the final modeling results memo was approved in December 2022, and currently the chemical fate and transport model is under development. Here's some of the data that we collected. I'm not going to go through all of it, but basically we collected data on like groundwater discharge, point source discharges, pore water, biota tissue, and some of this data is still being collected, and it includes like non-aqueous phase liquids, ebullition, which is like a mechanism of the creek, kind of like a bubbling mechanism, which causes sediments to or contaminants to like move around within the sediment in the creek. And then we're also doing a lateral groundwater investigation at the moment. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the human and ecological risk assessments. So in terms of human health, unacceptable risks to human health were found to be resulting from consumption of fish and crab. And the primary risk drivers are PCBs and dioxins and furans. So we have signs posted up around the creek not to consume the fish and crab in the creek. And then in terms of ecological risk, some of the tributaries listed here are primary areas of elevated risk, and they're associated with PCBs, copper, lead, and dioxins and furans, the contaminants I mentioned before. And risks are elevated for benthic macroinvertebrates, bivalves, blue crab, fish, and birds. And so at this site, sediment is the primary media of concern. So now that we're in the final stages of the remedial investigation and it's almost approved, we're working on the feasibility study as part of the site too. So the general feasibility study process consists of reviewing the remedial investigation report and refining the conceptual site model, which is the model I showed earlier, identifying applicable or relevant and appropriate requirements, which can be state or federal laws that we need to adhere to when we're doing the cleanup, developing remedial action objectives, developing preliminary remediation goals for the site, and then conducting a formal evaluation and comparison of remedial alternatives. And so all of these together form the basis for EPA to propose its preferred remedial alternative or cleanup method for public review and comment. So during the feasibility study itself, we develop and screen different alternatives according to these 9 criteria here. And so we do an analysis of the 9 criteria, and we look at things such as cost and effectiveness, short-term and long-term, community acceptance, state acceptance, whether it's complying with the ARRs and, whether it's improving human health and the environment. And so once we do that development and screening, we then put our preferred cleanup method into a proposed plan, and we present that plan to the public and hold a public meeting as well. And so then the public usually has 30 days to comment on that proposed plan and the cleaned up method that we're proposing. Based on the feedback that we receive in our review, we then put our final cleaned up method into the record of decision, which then sets the stage for the actual cleanup to happen. So here's the current projected schedule for operable unit 1, which is the entire study area. So between 2022 and 2024, we're conducting the lateral groundwater study, and the Newtown Creek Group, which is also the performing responsible parties that we identified, they're going to be conducting another sampling program. Here we have finalized the RI report, which is very close, and continue to work on the feasibility study. In 2025, we'll have a submittal of the draft feasibility study report after the additional fieldwork is completed, because that data will feed into it. In 2026, we expect to have a revised draft FS report after EPA reviews it. Usually goes back and forth for some comments. We look at it very closely. And then in 2027, we're anticipating a proposed plan. 2028, we hope to have a record of decision. This is scheduled, this is subject to change. It's updated on a regular basis, depending on the progress of the work. Once we do have a record of decision, though, we have to develop a new enforcement instrument for the responsible parties to implement the remedial design and remedial action. And so CERCLA requires a judicial consent decree for remedial action settlement, and EPA may consider an administrative order for remedial design in appropriate situations. Once we have the enforcement instrument, then we can complete the remedial design and then go ahead and implement the cleanup. So we're also doing an early action in one of the tributaries of Newtown Creek. And so we are focusing on the East Branch, and we're calling it the East Branch Early Action. And so basically, EPA guidance provides for the ability to take an interim action or early action at the site. This can be done before the RIFS for the site or operable unit. And so East Branch itself is a tributary of Newtown Creek. It's about 1/2 mile in length. The surface area is about 10 acres. It's 10.3 to 16.5 feet deep in the channel. shallower at the head of the tributary, and we've done extensive investigations in this creek as part of the RI and FS. So to speed things up a little bit, we're doing a focus feasibility study for the East Branch. And currently we have approved a work plan for that focus feasibility study, and we're currently developing an alternatives memo, which will outline the different alternatives to consider before we select a final cleanup method. We hope to have a draft focus feasibility study by summer 2023 and a final one by the end of 2023. And then we have a contaminated sediments technical advisory group that we'll also be meeting with to go over the site and the early action that we're proposing. And then between 2023 and 2024, we're hoping to have the proposed plan for the early action. And then in 2024, we're hoping to have a record of decision. And so earlier I mentioned operable unit 2. And so operable unit 2 is it's outside of the Superfund process. New York City is basically under an order by the state of New York to implement a long-term control plan to control combined sewer overflows. So when that plan is fully implemented, it will reduce the volume of combined sewer overflow discharges to the creek by 61% from the baseline conditions considered in the control plan, and is required by their order. Full implementation is expected by 2042. So what we did for OU2 was basically evaluate the impacts of the current and reasonably anticipated future discharges of the Superfund site related chemicals from the combined sewer overflows in an FFS. And in a record of decision in 2021, we decided that for the combined sewer overflow discharges, we would require regular monitoring and reporting. So we're working with New York City on that. And so here's a description of the required monitoring. We're requiring New York City to sample the discharges from at least 4 of the major combined sewer overflows. I'm not sure how clearly you guys can see the figure here, but the CSO discharges are these yellow dots here with the cross through them kind of. And we're also requiring them to sample other point source discharges to the creek, review watershed-wide metrics such as discharge volumes to the creek and the frequency of overflows. And initially, we're asking them to do this sampling for 2 years, but it's possible that it will be extended. And the frequency and components of the monitoring may be adjusted based on the results. And then I just wanted to also mention that EPA is currently reviewing the Army Corps' New York, New Jersey harbor and tributaries focused area feasibility study. And so we're reviewing the impacts of the potential plan on the site, but comments, I believe, from EPA in general are due around March 8th. So we're still looking at that report and don't have any comments at this time. But I know I went through that really fast, so if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. And I can always go back to a slide if, I went through too fast or something. But thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Are
Yes,
there
I
any
do, Madam Chair.
questions? Yes.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Rupika and Caroline and whole EPA team for presenting tonight. That was really, really great overview, the whole arc of the project. Yeah, I just had a couple questions related to the potential human hazard. Is there any issues with vapor? Say someone was either on the shoreline or on the water in some sort of paddling craft that there's a danger of them interacting with vapors that are a result of ongoing or legacy substances that are in the creek.
No, we have not identified any risks associated with vapor at this site.
Okay, it's good to know. And then regarding enforcement, talk a little bit more just what you're going to enforce with the potential responsible parties. Are they, what is their involvement in the physical remedy beyond cost? Are they going to be involved in the management, implementation of the remedy? That's a role there. If you could elaborate on that.
Right. So they'll be responsible for implementing the cleanup and monitoring the cleanup as well to make sure that the remedy is functioning effectively. And Mark or Caroline, if you have anything.
Let me clarify. What we have with them, with the NCG in New York City is a consent order that was signed back 10 years ago to implement the remedial investigation and feasibility study of the OU1, the entire creek. So that is what we have so far. And under the OU2, we do have a consent order with New York City to implement the combined sewer overflow monitoring program based on the OU2 record decisions. So now, any design or any implementation of the construction cleanup after we issue a record decision on the early action or even on OU1, the entire creek, we will have to, like Rupika said in one of the slides, we will have to do a judicial consent decree for the remedial design / remedial action. If we are just doing design, then we could probably go with an administrative order. But any implementation of cleanup, construction cleanup, gotta be a judicial consent decree. So again, that is not happening yet because we don't have a record of decisions on how we're gonna clean up, the early action or the OU1 yet. So that is later on, the enforcement part of the design and cleanup.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
once we
generally
get to that
speaking,
phase. Oh, sorry.
Yes,
Go
okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
I was saying, so generally speaking, the potential responsible parties are responsible for implementing the remedy, but I guess there's still, but what the full role is still being worked out. Is that?
So they're basically different legal instruments for like different phases of the Superfund process. So where we are now, they're doing the remedial investigation and feasibility study in accordance with an administrative order with EPA oversight. So we're reviewing any work plans that they develop, any technical reports, like we review them and approve them. Once we do get to the stage where we are able to decide on a cleanup method and we issue the record of decision, then we will need a new legal instrument basically to make sure that they can implement it. So we're not there yet, but that's part of it. It's just like a different order or consent decree that we have to put in place with them to make sure that they do the cleanup. And we're involved in that step too, like with our oversight and everything.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And I just want to make one final remark is that regarding OU2, tonight during our meeting, the board is going to be voting on the response to the Army Corps' HATS Storm Risk Management Plan. And one of the recommendations we're making is that, the 61% reduction in the CSOs, community finds is very, is significant, obviously, but I feel it's really inadequate. So since the Army Corps is suggesting they need to implement, drainage and those types of measures, if they install a surge gate across the mouth of the creek, that we're recommending they invest in infrastructure to get that number way up, maybe in the 90s. I know, like in London on the Thames, they built a 15-mile long retention tunnel, and that'll reduce the sewage there by 94%. So we're hoping that this challenge is an opportunity for, the Army Corps and the partners to improve on that that remedy. So thank you very much again. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Are there any other questions? Thank you so much, Caroline and Rupika, for your presentation. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
You too.
You're welcome. Okay, 136 Franklin Avenue. Are you ready now?
Yes, thank you. Can you make me the presenter so I may share my screen? Thank you. So we're working at 136 Franklin Street. It's mid-block between Milton and Greenpoint Avenue. We're working on a extension at the rear of the building for the first floor space that used to be residential. It is now being converted back to commercial. It's going to, the storefront will harken back to the 1940s tax photo, and that's all been approved by the Landmarks Commission. We're coming to you tonight for the extension because there is some partial visibility from Milton Street. As you all know, buildings at 142 and 140 Franklin Street have a one-story extension already. And it's really only going towards Milton Street that there's not a lot of existing first floor extensions. Right now, we're on this presentation, we're showing the view that was as of August of last year, and a more current view. There's now this outdoor structure that is apparently not legal, that is in 132 Franklin Street, or 130 Franklin Street, sorry. But you know, we're just trying to show you the different views from Milton. This is a sheet that shows the mock-up that was constructed. The height of the extension will be the same height of the existing first floor at about 12 feet, and then we'll have a guardrail above that because the roof of that extension will be used by the second floor residential unit. We're working with Landmarks on exactly the design of the guardrail to make it less noticeable. The extension that we're proposing, I'm trying to get to the part where we have the finish colors, will have a reddish brick stucco color to also try to blend it into the buildings here on Milton, so it'll have a same color here. And you can see it's a very minimal view from Milton Street. The first floor space will be used as retail. And you know, let me just go to the next one where we have like our section. So this is the section through the building, this area here being Franklin Street, this being the rear extension. This kind of illustrating the height of the extension itself and the guardrail. Yeah, I think, you know, ultimately it's a very minimal view and sightline from Milton, and we don't think it will detract from the rest of the buildings in the neighborhood. This area has the commercial overlay, so all of the zoning and extension is as of right from a zoning standpoint in a building code occupancy standpoint. Yeah, I think that's the long and the short of our presentation, and I would welcome any questions that the community board may have.
Steve Chancellor, is that hand up from before or now?
No, I took it down and re-raised it. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question and a comment. Will the roof of the addition be used for, for commercial purposes?
No, not at all. It's actually a terrace for the residential unit.
Okay.
That's why we're putting the guardrail.
Okay, got you. Okay. And then you're showing consideration from Milton Street, but what about the rear yards within historical donut? Just the convergence of all the rear yards within historic district. Shouldn't the respective from those properties be factored in terms of the aesthetics of the addition.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking or explaining.
Well, I feel like you're showing us what the addition, the view from Milton Street will look like. But I'm wondering, what about from adjacent rear yards of property, like on like the backyards on Milton Street?
So most of these properties have, you know, this is, I guess, the best I can do in terms of that kind of shot. Most of the properties have fences, and that really, like, if you can see, I don't know if it's very clear. Let me see if I can zoom in a little. So this is kind of looking back at that, I think the donut you were describing. There are quite a few extensions along Greenpoint Avenue. I think obviously Milton has a few less, but I don't know that we are detrimental to what's there currently.
Well, it's been a kind of a bone of contention on this board with our historic district. So I know it has been with the Landmarks Preservation Commission as well. So I mean, it would be up, I guess, for further discussion in the Landmarks subcommittee.
Is there something? Sorry, is there something to suggest that you would suggest, or I would?
Well, it's kind of, first of all, we don't have renderings of what it'll look like, so that's kind of difficult. But in terms of, just fitting in, contextually fitting in with, the buildings and that make up that kind of backyard donut configuration. I think that's, I think under other circumstances, outside of historic district as a landmark building, there's a less significance there, but within the Greenpoint Historic District, I think it is an issue when you have connecting historic, properties within that district.
I mean, I think a lot of, a lot of this is already, this area is really built up. This one actually, goes the full length as well. I mean, I think it would be somewhat different if, the extension was happening on Milton. But Franklin Street, it's commercial, and there are other adjacent extended buildings.
Okay, well, we can dive in deeper in committee, but thank you.
No worries.
Charlie?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Sante Micheli here. Just to clarify, I love to add on to what Steve was saying, because I'm a resident of Milton Street. I also represent, beyond the fact of being community board, also the Milton Street Block Association, and Chesler knows very well because we've been involved. I believe, for 98 Greenpoint Avenue in the past. The community has expressed, both the community board has expressed recognition of the historic donut, and the blocks has been very active along the years. I believe the attempt to alter the integrity of this donut that is pretty intact, or at least in this western portion, has been a pretty intact donut, except there was a precedent with a 98 Greenpoint Avenue, but from Milton Street, and you show the picture, you see, we know very well what is happening there. That structure that you mentioned, it's illegal 130 Franklin. There is a stop work order. They're going to have to go to court. Some of the neighbors sent me a link a while ago. There have been many attempts illegally and legally to alter this donut, which are very sacred. There is a sanctity, in this donut. They also represent green space, which are very important today in the city, and we've been eroding little by little. But the difference from something else on Greenpoint Avenue that is very particular for Milton Street is this thoroughfare that allow to have a vision of the Astro building, which is an astonished landmark at the corner of Greenpoint Avenue. You see from Milton Street, you see through the block into Greenpoint Avenue. You know, while maybe on the upper part of Greenpoint Avenue, they've been historically, you know, there's not that there were parts, there were even not extension, where buildings were standing all the way for the entire lot. I believe this will be a concern and will be a concern for the community, but will be a concern definitely also, you know, I'm assuming for our committee, you know, and of course, as Steve said, we don't see rendering. There is no, but beyond rendering or not rendering, the sanctity of this donut will be altered, and the property between the Greenpoint Avenue, I don't remember which is the number, will be locked in by these two structures, you know, and there is a backyard. There will be a sinkhole between those two buildings. So those are the comments, and I can only point criticism to any extension that will take place on Milton Street, on Greenpoint Avenue, and will, you know, alter this donut forever, you know. I have no
Thank you.
question.
Dale?
Yes, thank you. Let me just make clear, this is purely a landmarks application?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you come to the committee meeting, we will need better renderings. It's very difficult to really see what, you know, the answer to the people's questions here. And have you been working with landmarks on the
Yes.
issues that they're raising with respect to the rear yard?
That hasn't come up with landmarks. We're actually meeting with them again tomorrow. I mean, obviously, I don't know if anyone from landmarks is attending tonight's meeting, but we can bring it up. We can bring up your concerns when we meet with them tomorrow, for sure.
Also, Dale, this is not as of right. This, you know, we'll have to go through a public hearing. It's definitely, you know, historically there is an intact donut. There's been always an issue and a concern of LPC, and that's why they are here tonight. I believe they've been approved. The storefront, they reverted to whatever there was historic before 1940. Of course, we have lost another residential unit, but I'm assuming the building has been sold for $3,700,000. So, you know, we probably are trying to monetize and speculate also on that space, but it's not as of right, Dale, you know. And
I would just clarify. I mean, from a zoning in a building code standpoint, it is as of right. The reason why we're having to go through the public hearing process is because of the view from Milton Street.
Right. I'm just curious that you haven't addressed this issue with landmarks.
The issue being the donut?
Yes, and the rear yard and the effect on the donut.
As I said, we're meeting with them tomorrow again. I'll definitely bring it up.
It'll clearly be raised at the committee meeting.
Who is it that's working on that you're working with at Landmarks? What's the name of the person?
Let me just pull it up. I don't want to get the name wrong because we're working with several people on different things. Yeah, it is Maggie and Jared.
Maggie, you don't have a last name?
Sorry.
No last name?
Sorry, I'm looking at it because it's not easy for me to say.
Okay.
MEIKEIHUI.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. And it's Jared Knowles.
Can you please send this presentation to the office after tomorrow, so you know we can receive it. Also, we can give it to the block association.
We sent previously, but we can send it again for sure.
Oh, you sent it already. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
We will ask the office.
We generally ask for renderings of what this is going to look like, and pretty, you know, detailed renderings.
Okay.
All right, so the next meeting, will be March 6th, 6:30 PM.
Is that?
That's the
that's
committee meeting. That's the Land Use Landmarks Committee meeting.
I thought tonight was a combined land use community board meeting.
No, this is the full board meeting. You
Oh,
have to
that's right. There,
adhere
okay.
to the land use landmarks committee meeting that's on March 6th, also WebEx, 6:30.
Okay.
Thank you.
Katie?
Oh, thank you. I actually, Dell just answered my question. I'll put my hand down.
Okay, is there any other questions? Are there any other questions? Thank you so much for your presentation. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Good night. Bye.
Next item on the agenda is 599 Johnson Avenue. 599 Johnson Avenue, is anyone here to present on that item?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. This is Phil Dorn, attorney with Pazetsky and Bookman. I just want to make sure that Dhruv Chopra also is a panelist. I see his face. Yeah, we're good to go. All right. Like I said, I'm Phil Dorn, attorney with Pazetsky and Bookman. With me is Dhruv Chopra. Dhruv is the owner of Elsewhere. Many of you may know him. Dhruv was in front of the licensing committee in January for an application to slightly expand the footprint of his existing space over on Johnson Avenue. The alteration will be just to add a minor amount of space to the indoor portion of his premises, including the cellar storage area where no patrons have access. No space is being added to the outdoor portion whatsoever. I also just wanted to clarify that contrary to what tonight's agenda states, the hours of operation are not changing at all. I'm not quite sure where that confusion came from, but here to clarify that the hours of operation are remaining the same. This liquor license was approved several years ago to have outdoor hours go until 2 a.m. during the week and 4 a.m. On the weekend. So that is not changing. The indoor hours remain the same as well. Like I said, this application is simply just to add some indoor space. Dhruv is taking over the neighboring unit. We're of course happy to answer any questions. The reason we're here before you tonight is because of the capacity of the space. It's a large venue. So we're happy to answer any questions. If you want us to save the SLA related questions to the committee meeting on the 28th, we're happy to do that. And if there are operational questions, we're of course happy to answer them.
Any questions on this item? Are there any questions on this item? I see no hands. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Have a good evening.
Question. I have a question. I can't find my little hand here. I have a question. What is the capacity again? If you can give us the capacity of the space?
Yeah, hold on just a minute so I can pull it up. It's a large, it's a very large venue. The capacity is 1,600.
Repeat that, I didn't hear it.
1,632 to be exact.
And you're saying that the weekend hours are until 4 p.m.?
4 a.m., but
4 a.m. Okay.
nothing is changing here. This place has been in operation for many years. We're the only change here that's happening is the indoor portion of the premises. We're basically knocking down a wall from the neighboring unit and just expanding ever so slightly, but nothing is changing in the actual method of operation.
Madam Chair, I have a question, Arthur Dabanowski.
I have a question because when we spoke with you folks on the SLA, I know there was like some change to the outdoor space. Can you explain to us what are the hours of the operation for the outdoor right now with the
Yeah,
current
absolutely,
license?
Arthur.
Thanks.
The hours of operation for the outdoor space that was approved years past and will continue to be the hours of operation are 2 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday and 4 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. That's the closing hour.
For the outdoor space?
For the outdoor space. I know that is not the standard hours for outdoor space in this community board. I know you have stipulations that ask for earlier, but this was approved many years ago and has been operating with those hours for a long time.
Madam Chair, the hand raise is not working, and I was raising my hand.
It is, Julia.
Sorry,
It's working. Just click
I
on it.
can't get it to go up.
Are you finished, Arthur?
Yes, yes. I mean, to me, it's they changed the license, and we don't give the hours till 4 a.m. anymore. That's my main concern with that. And actually, they're applying for a new license because they're changing the size of the location. We don't really give 4 a.m. anymore to anyone. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that you have 4 a.m. But
Well, like I said, we can take this up at the committee meeting if you would like, but
sure.
This is not an app. This won't be a new application. The SLA has their own processes for when a licensee expands their
I
footprint.
understand. I just the 4 a.m. outdoor. It just doesn't sound right to the SLA committee, to be honest with you.
If I may say something, Madam Chair, Bogdan Bachorowski.
Okay, Bogdan.
Yes, okay. Our stipulation on our approval, yes or no, for any weekend license is that outdoor space is closing at 11 during the week and on weekends at 1 a.m. If that is different case, I don't know if we can take any voting, any steps, because actually it's against our stipulation
They
that
saying everything
we
I want to
made
say.
for years. Even if somebody wants to, like the hotel on White Avenue wants to have the open space, outside open space for up to, let's say, 2 or 3 a.m., we say no, and they went directly to SLA because that is gonna against our own stipulation. That's
I
what
understand that, Bogdan, but this establishment was already approved by the SLA committee to have the hours. We're not changing the hours. This is not a new license application.
That's correct. Maybe if that's correct, but so that's mean if the SLA approved, we have nothing to say because
Okay.
it's against our rules. That's what I try to say.
Right. This is just all we are seeking approval for at the committee meeting in a couple weeks is the expansion into the next door unit. It has nothing to do with the operation or the hours or anything, the outdoor space, anything along those lines.
Madam Chair, I have my hand raised for a few
Sorry, Madam
minutes.
Chair,
Iris, Iris.
Julia's still waiting. Julia's still waiting, Madam Chair.
Yeah,
She has her
Iris
hand
had
up.
her hand up.
So I have a question. So what would be, thank you, Madam Chair. What would be the capacity now that you are standing?
We're adding 100 a 100 person capacity. I
So
believe it was 1,500 before and now it's 1,600.
Okay, and you are planning to have 1,600 people in the backyard until 4 a.m.
No. That the 1,600 is the max capacity as given by the Department of Buildings. That's just a number that the DOB gives in a certificate of occupancy.
So I've been member of the community board for almost 7 years, and I never heard anyone who have that permit for 4 a.m. So I don't know if maybe when you guys renew the license, we can do something because that is crazy. I mean, we don't want to have any business with people outside, especially that number of people.
This isn't
at 4 a.m.
This isn't a non-residential area. There aren't many people living nearby, and quite frankly, the SLA will approve an application for an alteration, they won't make us amend our method of operation, our hours, or anything along those lines.
All right. Things have been changed in this community. Probably when they approved that, probably it wasn't not a lot of people living around there. So maybe we have to send a letter to them, because I don't think this is fair for the people who live around the business. And I don't think we should allow that. Thank you.
Is there anyone here that lives around there?
It doesn't matter. We are here to represent the community. It doesn't matter if any other member live around that location. We are
I
member of this
understand. My
forum
point
to
is really just
represent.
that there aren't.
Let her finish, Phil.
Apologize.
So we are here to represent all Williamsburg, South Side, North Side. So it doesn't matter if we live around there. We need to make sure that we do the right thing for the people who live around that business. Thank you.
Understood.
Julia Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Iris asked the questions that I wanted to ask. I wanted to know how many more people it would add to it. Thank you, Iris. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
You're welcome, my love.
Shelley, you had your hand up? I guess not.
My hand is up, Madam Chair. Sante. Yeah, I love to, you state that, there is no change, but, the change is like from 2 to 4 a.m. That's what it says in the agenda.
No, that's why I tried to clarify. The agenda was incorrect. I'm not sure how it became that way. The hours have always been 4 a.m. on the weekends, and it will remain that way.
Outdoor.
Yes.
But certainly, not approved by this community board. That was an
Yes,
approval.
approved by this full board, in fact. Brought in front of this full board and then approved by the SLA committee.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Bogdan, I never remember that we approve outdoor space other than our stipulation. If somebody did not sign our stipulation, we say just basically no. And we did to nobody to change our stipulation letter. So I do not believe that this committee board one ever agree for outdoor space out until 4 a.m. Maybe SLA gave the applicant okay to that, but we never did. In my experience and my understanding, never to any applicant. We never approve outdoor space other than our stipulation, which is maximum on the weekends until 1 a.m. Thank you.
Okay. Katie, did you have your hand up for a question on this item?
Simon.
I did, but Simon can go first if he wants.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you. Chair, could we, as a body, can we bring this up as a vote? If to change the hours, as a board, because what Bogdan is saying is 100% right. I never know of a establishment that was given to 4 a.m. I've been following the SLA for many years and never ever given these hours. Could we, as a board, vote tonight to reduce the hours?
I think it would be best to go to
Put a vote.
committee, have discussion, and come back with a recommendation.
That's not how the SLA operates. I'll just add that.
Can I put a vote on the table tonight?
What year
right now?
was this voted on, Phil?
2019.
Really?
If you don't mind, can I allow the owner and operator Drew to
Well, one second. Let me finish talking. Chair, can I put a vote on the table to vote now to remove those hours back to 1 a.m. like Bogdan said
We're not
before?
in the board meeting. This is the public hearing, Simon.
Okay, Bogdan, can you bring it up later for the full board?
Basically, to answer the question, basically our committee, SLA committee, is going to review the application. Actually, when the gentleman and with his client came to our committee, we request that the full application is going to be presented to the full board because of the capacity, which is over 1,600. Okay, that is one problem. Another problem, which is okay. Another problem, again, we as a committee, we never did that. Like I said before, and never gave okay to anyone for outdoor space other than our stipulation. So I don't know how we're going to do that. So either we can say no or change our stipulation. In this case, if we're going to change our stipulation for this applicant, we have to follow for others and and take the different steps for the whole community board, because that is one time application for just this applicant, 599 Johnson Street, or anybody is going to come to us and saying, oh, you gave to them, you have to give to others. So what to answer your question is, we're going to review the application, and basically, if it's not going to be okay with our stipulation, we're going to say no. That's what I believe.
Understood. I
Yes.
just want to.
Yes, I just want to say
Well, but
because
Bogdan, he's claiming that he got the hours. So we as a board, we as a committee, we should bring it up by ourselves and
Absolutely. I am.
send a letter to SLA.
I am
Simon,
saying,
let me
as I
let
do
me
not
let me
recall.
Simon,
Go to the committee should take a look back.
right. Simon, I'm
do
gonna
some
tell you, we're gonna
research
meet.
on this.
Thank you,
Madam
Madam Chair. I was gonna
Madam
state
Chair.
that we may need to go back to 2019 and find out what we voted on and how we came
Yes.
along this parts of giving someone 4 a.m. Since I've been on this committee, I have not heard that.
You should
Anyone
have,
got a
you
4
should have
a.m.
the stipulation.
And we need
They
to look
have
at
it.
also their certificate of occupancy, if it had expired during that time and they're still trying to push for a 4 a.m.
Once I say, let's clarify. Once again, if any application, any applicant did not sign, did not agree to our stipulation, which means has to sign our stipulation, we say no, or the applicant withdraw his application and went directly to SLA, like the hotel, White Avenue Hotel, on any other. So what I try to bring to attention to everybody, I am not saying that we not say okay, but I do not recall, and we did not say okay to any applicants for outdoor space for that hours. Thank you.
So to add something, Bogdan,
So, I can go now, Madam Chair. I think I was going to go after Simon.
Yeah, I think you better go now.
I just wanted to chime in. I mean, I don't live around the venue, but I know the area well. It's heavily industrial. There aren't many people who are living around that venue or the numerous other venues that are around there, which is a very sort of strong central location for a pretty robust nightlife community in New York City. And so a number of those venues do operate at similar hours, some of which did go through this community board, many of which opened in the last 5 years and were approved for similar hours. And so, I do think it's important to go back to the record. I brought this up at the last SLA committee meeting that, there are pockets of our neighborhood, especially in deep industrial areas, that do have, venues that are producing pretty world-renowned events, drawing large audiences and serving a culture that, do stay up later than I think a lot of us do. But it is serving a particular audience and community in our area. So just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you. Robert Jeffries?
Yeah, I live in the area and I have frequented elsewhere plenty of times, and I really enjoy the area and the environment and culture. And if I really think we do have to go back to whatever the vote was in 2019 and see what that was, but I don't think that should have kind of been brought up at all today. It doesn't seem like that was what was on the table originally. But here we are, and I will not be voting to change those hours if if it comes down to a vote. I just wanted to show some support for the presentation. So thanks.
Corey Cantor?
Yeah, so Thank you. I actually had similar things to say to what Katie said. I'm pretty sure that there are other venues really close by to there. And I think that whatever had been voted on needs to be reviewed. Considering last month's meeting where we listened to a hotel that, didn't care about their neighbors, I think it has a lot to do if you're going to consider taking something away from someone to find out if there's a reason for doing that. So just kind of echoing what was just said. Thank you.
Bruno Daniels.
Hey, thank you. This is Bruno Daniel from Brooklyn Borough Hall. I just wanted to, I guess, address the comment by Mr. Dorn or Phil. Yeah, I mean, the response to 4 a.m. outdoor operations being something that gives this community board pause, being does anyone live nearby? I just want to caution that that is not a response I think that the borough president would find acceptable, mostly because, as has been pointed out, I guess in the in favor, elsewhere is deep in the industrial business zone, and that is not the ideal use of that space, I would say, according to the Brooklyn Borough President. So in addition to, all the externalities of having a lot of people going in and out of that space, it's not super available to transit. There's all sorts of, things that need to be mitigated that aren't exactly mitigated, on top of the fact that it is a priority to retain and preserve industrial businesses and maintain that manufacturing space. Yeah, I just want to caution that does anyone live nearby as a response to that? It's not sufficient and it wouldn't be satisfactory. There are other things that go alongside that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruno. Eric.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just, I'm neutral. I know that elsewhere, I don't think we have any complaints from them. They've been a pretty good neighbor. I am surprised to hear 4 a.m. outdoor, but until we look at the document from 2019, which we will do in committee, I think, we should take it up then and then bring it back. I am a little surprised at the 4 a.m. because I was on the SLA committee then, and I know when Tom was chair, I have a hard time believing that he would have gone for it, but I'm not remembering that meeting from 3.5 years ago, but that's it. I just,
Tom actually supported this application.
Wow. Okay. Well, there you go. But we need to look at the document and go over it in the committee, and then, but it should be said that elsewhere has been a good neighbor. Otherwise, and I don't believe we have any complaints on them, but we do need to review that document. Thank you.
Aaron.
So I just want to echo some of the things that have already been said. I think we should be looking forward. This is a space that has operated in the time that I've been on the community board. Complaints have not come. I have been to this location. I think they are a good neighbor, a good operator. And I think there's something to be said about the fact that I think a lot of the other sort of venues in the area are in CB5, do have similar operating hours. And I think rather than trying to punish them for, complaints that aren't there or, bad practices, we should be looking about how to support them as a venue that is hospitable in the nightlife community and creates a very safe space for people of color, for queer people, and just want to lift that up in the conversation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more hands.
I just want to add one last bit before I turn it over to Drew, who I know wanted to say something. I would just love to add that Drew is a really active member of this community. He undergoes many philanthropic endeavors here. He's been a longstanding neighbor here, and he really takes pride in his activity in this community. So I'll let Drew take it away from here.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I have my hands up. I wanted to ask, do you recall what, I was looking through the minutes as a recording secretary. Do you remember the month that you guys agreed to, got the stipulation from Mr. Tom?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay, because I have all my minutes, but I'm looking through it, but I appreciate you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I had another question I want to ask the applicant before.
One question, Senator.
Sure. You said you were going to expand into another space. Can I ask how big is the space? Was that the adjoining building? I know you came to the committee, but I couldn't remember exactly.
I don't have the square footage with me. Drew
Roughly.
might have it, but I know it's for a capacity of 100 people.
I see. So, and it's a different building and it's being joined, or it's part of the
It's,
same?
yeah, it's the unit next door. Drew has been looking to answer that question. So Drew, feel free to unmute yourself and answer.
Sure. And this is, Madam Chair, this is one of the points I'm glad the Office of the Borough President made that clear, that unfortunately this dynamic and the hours can facilitate. And yes, this is an industrial space. I believe I know there are artists. They are living still in industrial space. So it may not be the entire block residential, but maybe dispersed people that reside around there and still have a life, and they may need certain parameter in quality of life. But the loss of industrial spaces, this is happening in Greenpoint, it's happening on Banker Street right now, it is happening, everywhere. And I believe they're just telling us that they expand into the next residential space, residential industrial spaces. So yes, we have this venue, but it's a big trend. They are eroding our industrial space, and that's what they should be used for. And I believe the hours can only encourage to this to continue to happen. But thank you.
Okay, everybody that spoke, please remove your hands or lower your hands. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Can you turn your volume
Yes,
up a little bit, Drew?
You're a little low.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Your microphone might not be close to your mouth.
How's this? Is this okay? Hello?
Yeah, that's a little better.
Sorry.
Nope.
No. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you, everybody who spoke. I mean, a lot of points were brought up on all sides, and I don't disagree with any. I just want to clarify what's, our experience and what's been going on for the past 5 years. I mean, we've been in the neighborhood promoting live music. We're a POC-owned venue. We have, like somebody said, we support emerging music, emerging culture, a lot of queer culture. We are a company of over 120 people. We employ local folks. And yes, I'm on the steering committee of Babar. I'm on the board of the North Brooklyn Chamber, Hospitality Alliance. I'm an active member of the community, and we've been here for over 10 years. And the reason why we were approved for the 4 a.m. back in 2019 with the backing of Tom Burrows, and we were approved by the full board, is because of all these factors, is because we are an industrial area and we have no complaints. We've been open since 2017. And the new space, just to clarify, we're not going into a separate building or another building. There was a restaurant within our building that we don't own, the landlord owns it, that unfortunately went out of business, and we are taking it over to create a private event space. And so, yes, we're about a 1,600 person venue that's already been permitted and approved, and we're adding another 100 people. We've been in the neighborhood. We support all sorts of community events. We work with the police department very closely. We work to support safety in nightlife and promote safety across hospitality. I just want to clarify what we're doing and who we are. And, we have the backing of even folks like Evergreen. If you look at our letters of support, we're not taking anything away from industrial. We've already been approved by this board. I'd be happy to, address any concerns and questions and continue to work to improve the neighborhood, which is what we've been doing. I just want to say, that's what's happening here isn't something where we're taking over new spaces or asking for a change in any way to what's already been approved. We're just taking over a restaurant space that went out of business within our building. It's attached to our space, and that's it. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Drew. Okay, I think we've had all the questions. There's no hands up. Thank you so much for your presentation. Have a good evening.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
You're welcome. Next item on the agenda is 110 Kent Avenue.
That is me as well.
That's you too? Okay, go ahead.
Yep, absolutely. Before I begin, I want to make sure my team is with me here. I should have, one of them actually, Avi, for some reason, he was unable to connect as a panelist. His email address was not registering, even though we sent in the list. So I would love if we could have him switched from a viewer to a panelist. If that is possible. And then I should also have Dirk McCall with me.
I'm here.
Can you get started on your presentation, please?
All right, is Avi being promoted to a panelist?
He is a panelist.
Oh, wonderful. All right. Okay, so like I said, my name is Phil Dorn, attorney for Pizetsky and Bookman. With me is Avi de Paraguer. I probably butchered your last name, Avi. I apologize. Ari is the owner of Ave Marceau, and Dirk McCall de Paloma, who has been in charge of the community outreach for this project. While I do want to turn it over to Dirk to talk about the great work the team has done thus far, I quickly want to just introduce what this business is all about. Avi is looking to open up a restaurant at 110 Kent Avenue, which is Kent and North 8th. The space will have 3 floors, which includes the ground floor, the second floor, and the cellar, the basement. The ground floor will have a restaurant, and which will have an additional bar downstairs. And then the second floor will be used as a private event space to host small gatherings like corporate events, baby showers, private dinners, etc. It's not a massive space. Avi does have plans, for full transparency, Avi does have plans down the road in a year or two to turn the upstairs portion of the building into a boutique hotel. And Dirk has had many conversations with the neighbors about that plan. However, that plan is not in the works yet and is not why we're here tonight. None of the logistics are at the forefront right now. As it stands, we are just proceeding with the restaurant and the bar downstairs and the private event space on the second floor. Once Avi decides to move forward with that portion of the plan, he knows that, of course, he cannot proceed until he comes back to this community board for its approval. So for now, we just want to introduce you to the team, tell you about the exciting French Mediterranean restaurant coming to the neighborhood, and tell you a little bit about the outreach we've done. The last thing I'll mention before I turn it over to Dirk is that we're already working on a comprehensive traffic study and a sound study, both of which we will be abiding by. Avi has already partnered with 2 local parking garages nearby in an attempt to avoid any potential congestion out front. And with all that said, I'll hand it off to Dirk.
Thanks so much, Phil. Avenue Marceau is engaged in an extensive community relations outreach, and we're going to continue to do so. So far, we've held 2 community meetings at the site at 110 Kent Avenue. We've invited neighbors in to see the space and to ask questions. We're going to be holding 2 more community meetings, one on Saturday, February 18th, and one on Sunday, February 26th, both before the committee meeting. They're both going to be in the afternoon. We'll have a flyer up and around next week, and I'll share it with the community board office. We purchased the voter files for the local blocks and have been sending emails to local residents, making sure that we're in communication with them and they know what we're doing. We've posted around the area a few times. We're going to be having 2 or 3 people sitting nearby some of the major buildings, telling people about the project and getting people to sign signatures. So the signatures will be gathered this month, so they'll be very fresh. We've been posting invitations for the community meetings and Facebook groups, and we've started meeting with local groups, and we're open to meeting with new ones if people have people to suggest. We're going to be meeting with all the local elected officials in the area in the next few weeks, and I've been going to the last few SLA committee meetings, so we know what's been affecting other applicants, and we're trying to make sure we're doing this all right. And that's it. If anybody from the community board would like to see the space, please just reach out to me. The community board has my email.
That wraps up our presentation. If anyone has any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
I have, yes,
Yeah.
it's Mary. It's Mary. I have a question. First of all, hi, Dirk. It's Mary O'Domarok. I am very excited to hear about this new French restaurant coming to our neighborhood. My only question is, since you mentioned that there is going to be a boutique hotel in the future, what happens to the restaurant then?
The restaurant will remain.
It will remain. So the space for the hotel will be where? On the 3rd floor only?
That's right. The 3rd floor and potential use of the roof space, but like we said, that is not in this part of the application right now.
Okay, that is a very small space. So I'm not understanding how many rooms for a hotel would you be able to carve out of that space?
Perhaps Avi knows that answer off the top of his head, but like I said, we're not here for the hotel. We don't have any of the logistics worked out right now, hence why we're not applying for a hotel right now. I just wanted to be fully transparent that that it is in the plans. Actually, while I'm looking at my notes right now, I see 16 rooms. So that's the answer.
16 rooms on the 3rd floor?
Yep.
I have to revisit that because I don't recall 16 rooms on the 3rd floor. Okay, maybe in the entire building, but not on the 3rd floor. It's a very small building.
Avi, you're muted. It looks like you're trying to speak up.
Sorry, I introduced myself. Hi, Mary. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
So, again, it's true. Phil said true. We're not here to talk about like the application for the hotel, but eventually, the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor will be the bedroom if we get approved. If everything is on the approval.
Right. So yes, the 2nd floor space, which I mentioned, is going to be a private event space that will be converted into hotel rooms as well. So it'll be the 2nd and 3rd floors.
Okay, so your plan to convert the space would be when? Next year, 2 years, 3 years?
At a minimum, 1 year.
1 year. So the second, you're going to expend a lot of time, energy, and money for the 2nd floor and then reconvert it to a hotel space?
That's right. We want to make use of the space while we have it now. And like we said, it'll just be for private events. So those are not every night. It's just kind of overflow space that if we have it, we might as well use it if someone wants to have a little birthday party or a baby shower or something like that until the plans for the hotel come to fruition. And then at that point, then we will halt the operation of the private event space and begin the process of converting it.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Mary.
Steve Chestnut.
Thank you. Do you have an arrangement with state parks to use the patio that's part of RSP?
Yes, we and Dirk can speak to that, I believe, but we have been in contact with the park to make sure all the outdoor space is compliant.
And do you have hours carved out for that? And also, is there like a financial, like a fee arrangement?
I'm not sure your question is the hours. You're asking for the hours of operation?
On the outdoor space?
Oh, yeah, it'll be whatever the committee's
Yeah, we
stipulated
just
hours.
we just start to talk with the New York State Park. We right now sharing with the architect the plan of the patio, what is possible, what is not, and we didn't talk about the hours, but you know it's gonna be a restaurant, so we're not gonna push crazy about the operating hours. It's gonna be closed like a
The
classic
hours will
restaurant.
be what this committee is stipulated, as opposed to elsewhere just a few moments ago. The hours will abide by the committee's stipulated hours.
Yeah, the park closes at 9, I believe, so.
Right, but this will be adjacent to the park. It won't be in the park.
Well, the patio is part of the park, right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? I see no other hands. Thanks so much for your presentation. Have a good
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful
Bye,
evening,
Bob.
everyone. Thank you for your questions.
Next item is liquor license. Are there any speakers on liquor license?
No, there's no speakers on liquor licenses.
Thank you so much. That concludes our public hearing session. Now we'll go into our board meeting. Can we have a moment of silence, please? Thank you. Can I have roll call vote, roll call, please?
Yes, Gina Argento. Gina Argento. Baden Bakowski.
Here.
Lisa Bermonti. Lisa Bermonti. Gina Barrows. Here. Eric Brusitis.
Here.
Iris Cabrera.
Here.
Phil Caponegro.
Here.
Frank Cabone.
Here.
Steve Chesler.
Yeah.
Michael Cianchelli. Teresa Sincaro. Stephanie Cuevas. Ronan Daly. Giovanni D'Amato.
Here.
Erin Drinkwater.
Here.
Sonia, Gina Argento couldn't be heard again.
Okay, thank you. Arthur Dibanaski.
Here.
Lloyd Fink. Julia Amanda Foster.
I'm here.
Madam Chairperson Fuller.
Here.
Crystal Garcia.
Here.
Joe Goldstein. Joe Gross. Katie, you didn't respond?
Did you hear me? I'm sorry. Can you hear me? I'm here.
Katie, Danny Horowitz.
I'm here. I couldn't hear you for about 30 seconds.
Yeah, you dropped out, Sonia.
Yeah, Sonia,
Sonia.
I'm here.
Sonia,
Motion
Sonia, can you hear me? I'm
Yeah.
on.
I'm not here. I'm not your name yet, honey.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Moses Ending. Robert Jeffrey.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bonzina Kaminsky.
I'm here.
Corey Canton.
Here.
Paul Kilterborn.
Here.
William Glassboro. William Glassboro.
Here.
Yolando. Marie Liaison.
Here.
Yolo. Trina McKeever.
Here.
Adam Myers.
I'm here.
Sante Michelli. Sante. Toby
Sorry,
Markowitz.
did you call me, Sonia? I lost you for a moment.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm having some audio issue now, so please.
Okay, I'm
focus.
here. I'm here.
Thank you, Sante. Toby Markowitz. Toby. Rabbi David Niederman. Here. Karen Nieves. Maria Domerick.
I'm here.
Dan Peterson. Bella Sable. Isaac Sofa.
Here.
Isaac Sofa.
Here.
Del T.
Here.
William Vega.
Here.
Maria Viera.
Present.
You, Simon Weiser. Simon Weiser.
Yes, yes, you hear me? You hear me?
Sonia,
Yes.
Lisa Bermonte's having trouble with her mic and she's going in and out. So
Thank you.
Right, she just texted me.
Thank you, Marie. Appreciate it. Simon, I heard.
David Harvick is here.
Yes, Mr. David.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, 33 members answer the call.
How many?
33.
Thank you. Can I have approval of the agenda, please?
Motion, Del Teague. Second, Julia.
Del Teague. Del Teague and Julia Foster, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Against? Abstentions? Motion carried. Can I have approval of the minutes, please?
Motion to approve. David Niederman.
Vega seconds.
Rabbi Needleman and William Vega, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstentions? Motion carried. Okay, public session, can we have the speakers, please?
Constanza. Yes, good evening. My name is Konstancja Malashynska, and I am here with an announcement about the City DOT's BQE Corridor project. So I am working with North Brooklyn Parks Alliance to deliver community outreach in the coming weeks. The North Brooklyn Parks Alliance is an official community partner alongside NICS and Evergreen and Transportation Alternatives in our neighborhood, specifically with a mandate to organize visioning workshops for the DOT. And ours are coming next Wednesday, February 15th, yes, sorry, and March 4th, which is a Saturday, and more on that in a second. But just to explain that the Adams administration and the city DOT are planning to address longstanding BQE issues such as safety, noise and air pollution, and reconnecting neighborhoods that were sliced by the BQE decades ago. And this is an excellent opportunity to weigh in and kind of give shape to the future of the BQE. And the next opportunity will only come up in the fall, and that will be feedback on the proposed idea. So this is the time to get creative. And the workshops will look to collect ideas and comments on the planned modernization of the north stretch of the BQE. So that's anything from the Brooklyn Navy Yard up to the Kosciuszko Bridge. So the best way to sign up and get more information about the workshops and everything related to the BQE Corridor project is to go on the North Brooklyn Parks Alliance website, which is nbkparks.org, and sign up for the newsletter there. I only have a moment to explain. So best way, go on the website nbkparks.org and sign up for the newsletter so you can register for these coming sessions. That's February 15th and then March 4th. March 4th is in person. It'll be family friendly. It'll be at the Bushwick in the Park community room at the park, and it will be a drop-in. So it'll be several hours to come in. And the first session is virtual on an evening where hopefully a lot of folks can participate. And please join us and give us our ideas for the BQE North Corridor. Thank you so much. Next up speaker is Lauren Camito.
Hi.
Good afternoon, evening. It's evening now. So I'm Lauren Comito. I'm the branch manager at the Leonard Library, which, as you may know, we closed last month for a 2-year HVAC renovation and ceiling restoration. Now that we're finished packing up every single book in the library, and thank you, William Vega, for helping. We're coming out into the community with the bookmobile and our little book wagon to try to bring Leonard out into the neighborhood. So starting with, we're going to have our bookmobile service out in front of the Leonard Library on alternate Thursdays in February and Wednesdays beginning in March. So the next bookmobile service at the Leonard Library site on DeVoe Street will be next Thursday, the 16th. And then after that, it will be Wednesday, March 1st, and Wednesdays alternating going forward. And you can also find us every Tuesday at Talea, the brewery at 87 Richardson Street and Leonard, where we'll have our book wagon, books for checkout, staff to help with reference queries and book reserves and other things of that nature. In the future, we're going to be doing more outdoor programming, but it's a bit cold for that right now. So as soon as it gets nice, we'll be taking story time out into the parks and being in the community where we want to be. Just we don't have a building at the moment. So I hope to see everybody at either the bookmobile or Talea on Tuesdays. And thank you.
That is it for speakers.
Thank you. Councilman Ressler, I see your hand is up. Would you like to speak now?
That would be great. Thank you so much, Chair Fuller. It's good
You're
to be
welcome.
with you and all of the distinguished members of Community Board 1. Just wanted to share a few quick updates from our office and, most of all, just underscore anything we can do to help all around our district. Please reach out and let us know. We are very, very, very much eager to help. So a few upcoming events. We're doing a quarterly forum on the Newhart site with DEC and North Brooklyn neighbors and Assemblymember Gallagher and Senator Gonzalez, our new state senator, Kristen Gonzalez. That's coming up on the 16th, so next week at 6:30 p.m. We can put a link in the chat, I guess, for getting in on that. It's on Zoom, but the cleanup of Newhart is progressing, but you have a chance to hear from DEC and the developer there with any questions you may have. The following week, on the 23rd, we've got a forum with the Army Corps, and I really want to thank CB1 and Steve for your all's leadership on this issue about the 15-foot wall that is being considered for our waterfront. Congressman Velasquez has graciously agreed to kind of serve as the host of this town hall and lend her gravitas in helping us hold the Army Corps accountable and get all the information. So this forum is going to be on February 23rd at 7 p.m. at Triskelion Arts. There will also be a hybrid component if you'd like to join via Zoom. This is a great opportunity for you to engage directly again with the Army Corps in advance of the March 7th deadline to submit your comments for their plan for a seawall along our waterfront. Rabbi Niederman convened a really helpful and thoughtful community board committee hearing earlier this past month on the situation at Bedford Gardens, and along with Congresswoman Velasquez and Borough President Reynoso and Assemblymember Gallagher and Senator Salazar and Controller Lander, and of course the tenants at Bedford Gardens, including Rabbi Niederman, we have been organizing to push back against the egregious and unconscionable rent increase that Kraus is proposing that would amount to an 80% rent increase over 3 years for many tenants, seeing their rent go from $1,000 a month to $1,800 a month in just 3 years. We cannot let this happen. We will not let this happen. Our office has been knocking on every door in Bedford Gardens. We've organized tenants meetings. We set up a space for tenants who aren't tech savvy to come and testify at the public hearing that was held online. We're meeting, the elected officials are meeting with HPD later this month to express our serious concerns and to prevent these rent increases from taking effect. And Congresswoman Velasquez and her team have been doing a great job of engaging HUD as well, who will have to sign off on this. So we'll be meeting with them as well, thanks to her. There was I think, a productive community forum last week on the open street proposals for Berry Street and the Bankers Anchor proposal. I want to thank everybody who came out and gave thoughtful feedback. DOT's compiling that feedback now, and we're expecting them to move forward on more permanent designs this summer for Berry Street and Bankers Anchor, which we're excited about. We also heard from DOT this past month about their proposals for expanding City Bike in Greenpoint and the north side. I think they've got 27 locations for expanding density of docks, new dock locations. I hope that CB1 will provide an opportunity for community members to engage on this issue, but especially in Eastern Greenpoint and Northern Greenpoint that are really 10 to 15 minutes away from the G train, having more City Bike docks is really important for people to have more convenient access to getting around. So we were pleased by the initial proposals we heard from DOT. We also have been working with DOT to try and calm traffic and improve safety around Commercial Street in Northern Greenpoint. Some neighbors are hosting a meeting on the 21st at Greenpoint Beer and Ale to get input on how we can make Commercial Street safer. We pushed DOT to get a four-way stop installed over at Clay and Commercial and Franklin at that intersection, and we've begun looking at trying to reduce traffic on DuPont and Commercial between Franklin and West to one way in each direction, and we're eager to engage the Transportation Committee of CB1 on those issues as well to try and improve safety over there. And then lastly, I just wanted to flag the Meeker Avenue plumes. Well, I'll do two more things. The Meeker Avenue plumes, there was a really helpful community forum with the EPA on our newest federal Superfund site a couple weeks ago at the Greenpoint Library. We got the EPA back out to PS 110, where there's been a lot of concerns about whether about the safety for young people in the school with the status of the Meeker plume. They're going to start expeditiously doing some testing there, and it takes a couple months to gather the results, but we'll share those with the community as soon as we have them. And we hope to organize with the PS 110 community another community forum for people to engage on the Meeker plumes and to get involved in the CAG, which is going to be a new community advisory group. If folks are interested in getting involved in that and providing some rigorous oversight of the EPA to make sure that we get this area cleaned up comprehensively, please let me know. We'd love to get you involved. And then lastly, I really appreciated you all bringing in the presentation on the Newtown Creek Superfund site. You know, we're really lucky that Congresswoman Velasquez has now been rezoned to redistricted to represent the north side in Greenpoint. So she and her team, and Dan Wiley in particular, are going to be involved in the Newtown Creek Superfund, and we've got to get that sped up. The timeline that the EPA has provided to us is unacceptable. We've already been at it for a decade. We're not waiting another decade plus till we get plans for how this is getting cleaned up. It's got to move faster. So with the Congresswoman's help and the Newtown Creek Alliance and Willis's leadership, I'm confident we're going to be able to get that more on track. And you know, just this past Friday in the City Council, we held an oversight hearing on CSOs citywide. And you know, while the city DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, highlighted some of the same things that were mentioned tonight around reductions in CSOs at Newtown Creek, unfortunately, the DEP plans would increase CSOs at Bushwick Inlet Park, at the Brooklyn Navy Yard kind of area just north of the Navy Yard, Wallabout Channel, where we're seeing a lot of new development, where we're finally trying to hopefully get Bushwick Inlet Park built. So there are other communities where we still have a lot of work to do to reduce CSO outflows. And we're going to continue to push DEP to make the necessary investments for our health and safety and well-being, especially as we're continuing to activate our waterfront sites. But it's a pleasure to join you all at CB1. We've been doing our best to try and help with contracting and procurement issues with MOX. We'll continue to do that as you all go through your process to get some additional staff on board. But if we can be helpful to the board and of course the community at large in any way, please let me know. We really are eager to help, and it's great to be with you tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you for all your help.
Thank you, Chair Fuller.
You're welcome. Committee reports, Veteran Affairs.
Hey everyone, just a quick update. So Veterans Affairs, we met the middle of June. We had our first meeting after a couple of years. We had quorum. Phil and I were there, and we had some people from the community. Just a quick update. We're planning to do some work with the Parks Department to identify some of the memorials and the markers that need some help, and then we'll see if we could get some volunteers to work and clean up with Parks Department. We spoke to Mary Salig. Also, Joanna in the office reached out to the Veterans Affairs Department for the city, and we're working on getting someone to come to the next meeting so that we could get some information out to the different vet groups that are in the community. So our next meeting is going to be on WebEx, and I think it's on Monday let me see, Monday the 27th. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Parks and Waterfront.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Phil Caponegro here. We had our meeting on the 24th of January. We were one short of a quorum, but we had a good meeting anyway. I have 3 motions to present, so I'll begin right away. There was a motion made to rename the basketball courts at Cooper Park, in honor of Terrene Spears. He was a neighborhood, local community resident who did a lot of volunteer work with young people. Passed away. Say?
Torian.
Oh, Torier, I apologize. Torier Spears, I apologize. He did a lot of volunteer work with young people in the community. And this is we thought it was a wonderful way to honor him. His name will always be remembered. We voted, was an 8-0-0 vote. So we didn't have a quorum, but so it's a recommendation. Madam Chair, I'd like a vote from the full board, please.
I'll make the motion, Trina.
Thank you,
Tressler, second.
Ooh.
Trina and who?
Steve, Tressler.
Trina and Steve,
Be-
roll call vote, please.
Hold on, before we do it, it's just a motion to rename the park.
It's to rename the basketball court.
Basketball court, okay.
It's in
Thank you.
Frost Playground, not Cooper Park, Frost Playground.
Where?
It's the Frost.
Frost?
Frost
Thank you, Trina.
Playground.
Thank you for the clarity, Trina. You ready, guys?
Clarification.
Ready for the vote? Gina Argento. Gina. Bonin Bakarowski.
Yes.
Lisa Bamanti.
Yes.
Gina Barrows.
Yes.
Eric Rosides.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes, Sonia.
Thank you. Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Cabone.
Yes.
Steve Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Tringelli. Teresa Sincaro. Stephanie Cuevas. Juan Daly. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater.
Yes.
Arthur Tibanowski.
Yes.
Lloyd Fang. Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes.
Alice Fuller. Crystal Garcia.
Yes.
Joe Goldstein. Joe Gross. David Helmick.
Yes.
Sabrina Help. Katie Denny Horwitz.
Yes.
Sonia Iglesias, yes. Moses Ending. Robert Jeffrey.
Yes.
Mosina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Corey Canton.
Yes.
Paul Kilterborn.
Yes.
William Clasbo. Yolando. Marie Liaison.
Yes.
Yolo. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Adam Myers.
Yes.
Santi Michelli.
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz. Rabbi Needleman.
Yes.
Yeah, there was a yes from Toby. I'm sorry, I was on mute. Yes.
Miss Toby. I've
Yes,
seen
that
you
was a yes.
throughout the meeting and you're not answering my roll call, Miss Toby.
I
Please be
apologize.
mindful. Karen Nieves. Maria Domerick,
Yes.
Janice Peterson, Bella Sable, Isaac Sofer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Del T,
Yes.
William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Viera. Maria Viera,
Yes.
Simon Weiser. Simon.
Sonia.
Somebody call me?
Yes. Can I move on?
Hold on, because I'm counting it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We got 31 yes, 0 no, 0 obsession, 0 recusal. People, if we had 33 at the roll call, you guys have to answer the roll call, please. It's 31 yeses, 0 no, 0 recusal, and 0, 0 no's. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the second item. It also involves Frost Playground. It's been neglected for a long time, so motion was made to send a letter to Parks and to our local officials in the area to find some capital funds to do renovation on that playground, on Frost Playground. Could I have a motion on that?
Julia
Make a
Foster, I
motion.
make the motion.
Thank you.
Seconds.
Foster and Vega.
Thank you, William.
Julia and Vega. Thank you. Ready? Gina Argento. Baden Bakowski.
Yes.
Lisa Belmonte. Gina Barrows.
Yes.
Eric Rosides. Eric.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Okay. Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Cabone.
Yes.
Steve Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Chinchilla. Teresa Sincaro. Stephanie Cuevas. Juan and Daly. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Giovanni.
Yes, you hear me? Sorry.
Thank you. Aaron Drickwater.
Yes.
Arthur Divinowski.
Yes.
Lloyd Feng. Julia Amanda Foster. Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes.
Thank you. Crystal Garcia. Crystal Garcia. Joe Goldstein. Joe Gross. David Helmick.
Yes.
Sabrina Help. Katie Denny Horowitz.
Yes.
Sonia Gray said yes. Motion's ending. Robert Jeffrey.
Yes.
Bonzina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Corey Catton.
Yes.
Paul Coulterborn.
Yes.
William Clasbo.
Yes.
Yolando. Marie Liaison.
Yes, listen, Sonia, Lisa Bramante says yes also.
Okay, thank you. Yolo. Yolo. Excuse me. Trina McKeever.
Yeah, so not a picture.
Mr. Rabbi Needleman, please mute yourself.
Rabbi
Adam
Needleman, please
Myers.
mute yourself.
Yes.
Adam Myers.
And there's been a strong.
Adam.
Yes. Yes again. Yes again.
All right, can't hear you. Sante Marcelli.
Yes.
Thank you. Toby Moskowitz.
Yes.
Thank you. Rabbi David Needleman.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Javier Nieves. Maria Domerick.
Yes.
Janice Peterson. Bella Sable. Isaac Sofer.
Yes.
Del T,
Yes.
William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Viera.
Yes.
Thank you. Simon Weiser. Simon? $31 yes, civil no, civil's abstention, civil recusal, motion carries.
Thank you, Sonia. And my last item, it concerns a piece of play equipment called a wheelchair accessible swing. The Parks Department provides handicap swing equipment, play equipment in the parks, but this is a specific item. A wheelchair bound person can wheel this right into this thing, and you could strap yourself in, and it can be used in a city park. They do exist, but the city does not have any. So we would like a letter to be sent to the parks. We were asked them to find a working design and to purchase these wheelchair accessible swings to be placed in all our community parks and eventually all New York City parks. If I can have a motion on that?
Motion, Trina.
Second, Del
Seconded,
T.
David Niederman.
Trina and Del T. Roll call vote, please.
Gina Argento. Baden Bakarowski.
Yes.
Lisa Bamanti.
Yes.
Gina Barrows.
Yes.
Eric Brusitis.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
You, Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Cabone.
Yes.
Steve Chesler.
Yes.
Thank you. Michael Chincelli. Teresa Sincara. Stephanie Cuevas. Juan and Daly. Giovanni Del Amato.
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater.
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater. Yes, thank you. Arthur Dimanowski.
Yes.
Lloyd Fang. Julia Mandafosta.
Yes.
Rachel Garcia. Joe Goldstein. Joe Gross. David Helmick.
Yes.
Sabrina Help. Katie Denny Horwitz.
Yes.
Sonia Iglesias, yes. Moses Ending. Robert Jeffrey. Robert Jeffrey.
Yes.
Bonzina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Corey Canton.
Yes.
Paul Kittelborn.
Yes.
William Clasbo.
Yes.
Yolando. Marie Lieza.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Yolo. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Adam Myers.
Yes.
Sante Michelli.
Yes.
Toby Markowitz.
Yes.
Rabbi David Niederman.
Yes.
Karen Nieves. Mary Domerick.
Yes.
Janice Peterson. Bella Sable. Isaac Sofa.
Yes.
Del T.
Yes.
William Vega.
Yes.
Maria Viera.
Yes.
Simon Weiser. $31 yes, civil no, civil abstention, civil recusal, motion carries.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Thank you all. That's my report.
Thank you. Environmental protection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we have a few items to work through. The first are two, excuse me, state pollutant discharge elimination system, aka SPEDIS permit modifications related to dewatering. The first one is for 470 Kent Avenue. It's a project, on the East River waterfront, actually closer to it's Wallabout Channel. It's a project that came through environmental for their brownfield cleanup program. It's eventually going to be a mixed use development with a lot of residential apartments. And they're increasing their output a lot, from almost 600,000 gallons a day to 2 million gallons a day. But they're continuing to treat the water on site through a settling tank and carbon filters, releasing it through a CSO into Wallabout Channel through an existing CSO. And they're creating a new one that will utilize also, but after construction and if the building is complete, used to channel stormwater directly into the river versus overloading an already overburdened sewage system. And then the additional one also related, it's SPEDIS permit modification for temporary construction dewatering activities at 11 West Street in Greenpoint, which is a large residential development. 4 buildings, 2 are completed. They need to do dewatering related to the development of 2 more. They were releasing around 576,000 gallons a day. They're going to do 63 gallons a day additionally, and they will be treating that on site as well through settling tanks and filters, and it'll be discharged through an existing manhole into the East River. So I need a motion to approve both of these SPEDIS permit modifications for 11 West and 470 Kent.
Bill Caponegro, make the motion.
Second, Eric Brusadas.
Bill, who second?
Eric.
Eric, Phil and Eric, roll call vote, please.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get the motion to write a motion to approve.
To approve 2 SPDES.
To
permit modifications.
SPED.
Yeah, S is in Sam, P is in Paul, D is in David, E is in Edward, S is in Sam.
Okay, to
For 470 Kent Avenue
470 Kent Avenue
and 11 West Street.
and 11 West Street, right?
Yeah, 2 separate permits, killing 2 birds with one
Thank you.
stone. Yep.
2 separate, okay. Thank you so much. Ready? Gina Argento. Byron Bakawaski.
Yes.
Lisa Bermonti.
Yes.
Gina Barrows.
Yes.
Eric Brusadas.
She has technical difficulties.
I-
See what she's saying?
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Sorry, that's
Look
yes.
up-
Eric Brusadas, yes. Sorry, Sonia.
Thank you. Phil Caponegro.
Sonia.
Frank Cabone.
Yes.
Steve Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Ciancelli. Teresa Sincaro. Stephanie Cuevas. Arnon Daly. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater.
Yes.
You, Eric, Arthur Tibanowski.
Yes.
Lloyd Fang. Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes.
Crystal Garcia. Crystal Garcia. Joe Goldstein. Joe Gross. David Homick.
Yes.
Sabrina Help. Katie Danny Horowitz.
Yes.
Tony Iglesias, yes. Moses Ending. Robert Jeffrey.
Yes.
Mosina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Corey Compton.
Yes.
Paul Kilterborn.
Yes.
William Clasbo.
Yes.
Yolando. Marie Liaison. Marie.
Marie Lienza, yes.
Thank you. Yolo. Tina McKeever.
Yes.
Adam Myers.
Yes.
Sante Michelli.
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz. Toby. Rabbi David Needleman.
Yes.
Karen Nieves. Mario Domerick.
Yes.
Dennis Peterson. Bella Sables. Isaac Sofa. Del T.
Isaac Sofer, yes.
And
Del T.
yes. Yes.
William Vega.
Yes.
Maria Viera.
Yes.
Simon Weiser. You guys are really making me work this one, huh? Dang. Thirty yes, civil no, civil abstention, civil recusal. Motion carries.
Great, thank you. I have two more items. The next one is the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Storm Risk Management Draft Plan. On November 29th of last year, the Army Corps presented their plan to, protect our neighborhood from future storm surge. They're predicted to get much worse over the coming years and decades and the rest of the century. And then in January, we had a follow-up hearing to get input from board members, committee members, and the general public. And from that, we drafted a plan. They're just very briefly, their plan calls for installing a 400-foot wide storm surge gate across Newtown Creek near where Box Street Park will eventually be. And there'll be what are called tie-in infrastructure from that point, seawalls, flood walls, and levees. Some of those walls, that correct the council member respectfully, 17 feet tall, all along the shoreline, cutting through Newtown Barge Park and putting a levee through Transmitter Park, and then setting a flood wall up Greenpoint Avenue to West Street. I submitted this, our response as written. It's 15 pages, so I'm not going to read that now. So I'm just going to, just generally just summarize, what the response is. We essentially just provided a history of Newtown Creek, the industrial legacy, the pollution legacy, and its current state, Superfund site, and the situation with CSOs. And then did the same thing for the Greenpoint waterfront, just the history, just the rezoning of the neighborhood, and how the or in progress waterfront parks and the waterfront public access area, the Esplanade, that's eventually supposed to connect, was a critical community benefit that was negotiated in that rezoning. So it's very important baseline, and just essentially that people embrace the idea that we got to protect the neighborhood from Newtown Creek flooding during future storm surges. It's the most polluted waterway in the United States. And so we welcome the plan, eradicating that flooding as much as possible. But we had a lot of issues with the design, the gate will permanently close off 2/3 of the creek. The gate itself will only be 130 feet wide. We're worried about tidal flow being inhibited. That tidal flow helps clean out the creek, especially during rainstorms when the 13 CSOs dump incredible amounts of raw sewage into the waterways. Worried about what's called an induced flooding, that the gate closed will, if there's enormous amount of rain, will cause flooding behind the wall. And worry about that along the flood wall along Greenpoint as well, and downstream in the areas that are not protected. And that's a key part of our response, is noting what the areas that won't have any infrastructure, mainly Bushwick Inlet Park and Wallabout Channel. Those areas flooded extensively during Hurricane Sandy and are predicted to be worse. In McCarran Park, there's a runoff area for that. And the area affected by Wallabout Channel, which has the biggest CSO in the entire city, over 500 million gallons annually. That'll affect Flushing Avenue. And so that'll affect the southern part of our district, environmental justice areas. So we're really point out that those areas really need to be addressed as well. But the key thing is that we want a better design. It's really kind of a brute force approach in implementing a wall of this type. And I think a lot of these waterfront spaces have already been designed with elevation built into them, and the parks are elevated. And the idea of erecting a wall along Greenpoint Avenue where there are businesses and a parking ramp to a large apartment building, and then there's a hill, just seems to make no sense whatsoever. And the Army Corps was encouraged the communities to provide those types of details. And then one of the key things going forward also is that a task force or a community advisory group, aka CAG, be formed to work out the details, the planning, and the construction over time, to really work out those details and get them right. So just, the document goes into detail in that history and that analysis and that concern. I also just want to give a shout out to committee members, board members, and the public who came and offered their input and their energy. And a special shout out to Willis Elkins, the Executive Director of Newtown Creek Alliance, who provided some really important insight about the creek and CSOs and what to think about. That said, and just this.
Can I make a comment when you're done?
Yeah, sure. I just want to note that this response will go to the Army Corps of Engineer project managers and the non-federal partners, the Department of Environmental Conservation at the state level, and the city's mayor's office, Climate and Environmental Justice. And then it's going to go to all of our elected officials, state senators, congresswomen, state reps, city reps, borough level. And so it's a very, it's a critical document. It's, I know it's decades away until they actually implement, but we really need to really establish a baseline of the problems and what we, what we want differently from it. So, so if people have any questions.
My comment is just that board members and community members, everyone should really read the amazing document that Steve put together, from attending the different meetings and really synthesizing the information in a way where he lays out the problem for us in CB1, and then and does it in a very organized manner, and really is hopeful about different ways that it can be approached. I mean, one could think it's a doomsday horrible scenario, this thought of the 17-foot wall across the waterfront, but the way Steve broke down the problem and introduced ways to look at it is really, really, really commendable, and really something that we should all read, and we should all really thank Steve for.
Comment also is
thank you, Steve.
I know it was no comment, but I read it, and thank you, Steve. And I was pissed off that it was 15 pages, but I did read it. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Julian, it was 100 pages. He wrote it down.
Steve, you're gonna request a motion, right? But in your report, you're gonna put it as written, the motion to send a letter.
Response, to send a response to the Army Corps in relation to their storm risk management plan.
Okay. I'm sorry, but woo.
Yeah, no, they have much bigger acronyms, and
okay. I just want to make sure I get it right. Thank you, Steve.
No, sure.
Now, you guys understand, I'm trying really hard, guys, really.
We appreciate you.
You're doing a great job, Sonia.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, but you're making me work.
Okay, God
Yeah, but
bless you.
I think
Okay.
a key point that Trina made is that we should look at it as an opportunity. We know we have to deal with this problem, with climate and sea level rise and these increasing storm surges. And what's also is just to note is the flooding that happens in addition to storm surge, just regular crazy rain events. There's flooding. We noted that in the document. There, the parts of the district is flood during just a somewhat major rainstorm, and then groundwater. The groundwater, as sea level rises, so will the groundwater, and that's causing flooding. It's coming into people's basements, so we really urge them to take that into account, both to help the city and the state, solve those problems as well. So with that, if people have comments or questions, call for motion to approve this response to the Army Corps of Engineers Storm Risk Management Plan as written, and to be submitted to them and these other stakeholders.
Motion to
Second the
approve
motion.
as written.
And I second. Vega seconds.
Eric and Vega. Roll call vote, please.
Give me a minute. I have to write this. You ready? Gina Argento. Bonin Bakawaski.
Yes.
Lisa Bamanti.
Yes.
Gina Barrows.
Yes.
Eric Brusitis.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Iris, thank you. Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Carbone.
Yes.
Steve Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Cinchelli. Teresa Sin Cara. Stephanie Cuevas. Ron Daly. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater.
Yes.
Erin.
Yes.
Arthur Dimonowski.
Yes.
Lloyd Peng. Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes.
Crystal Garcia. Joe Goldstein. Joe Gross.
the phone.
David Helmick.
Yes.
Mic's open.
Sabrina Help.
Addison Tosh.
Katie Danny Horowitz.
Yes.
Thank you.
Someone please
Yes,
mute
yes.
yourself.
Moses Ending. Robert Jeffrey.
Yes.
Rosina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Corey Canton.
Yes.
Paul Kulterborn.
Yes.
William Klagsvold.
Yes.
Joe Orlando. Marie Lieza.
Yes.
Joe Lowe. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Yes.
Adam Myers.
Yes.
Thank you. Santi Machelli.
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz. Rabbi David Niederman. Mr. Rabbi. Rabbi David Niederman.
Yes.
Thank you. Karen Nieves. Mary Adamarick.
Yes.
Dennis Peterson. Bella Sables. Isaac Sofer. Del T.
Yes. Isaac Sofer, yes.
Thank you. William Vega.
Yes.
Maria Viera. Simon Weiser. Yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions, 0 recusal, motion carries.
Great. Okay, thanks. Just some old business item. There's, one other thing I just quickly add about 210 Greenpoint Avenue, which is a former Speedway service station location at the corner of McGinnis Avenue. They came through for their brownfield cleanup program presentation last month. the committee and board members had real issues with the safety of that site, with the worry of migrating contamination off-site, the construction fence extending all the way to the curb and having Jersey barriers in the middle of Greenpoint Avenue and McGinnis Boulevard, creating a hazard for pedestrians and for vehicles making a turn. DEC came back to us basically saying that, they re-reviewed the analysis of the investigation and felt like there's no risk for off-site migration of contamination, so they're not going to perform any more testing. DOT is aware of the safety issues related to the sidewalk and the detour pathway on the street with the barriers. And Eric Mercedes, who's on our committee and chair of the Transportation Committee, is monitoring that. But we, last month we submitted a letter to FDNY requesting, and it's just verifying that being that the station house is across the street from the site, and their vehicles will have to make a left turn onto McGinnis, that they can safely clear those barriers. So they acknowledged, they said they would inspect the site and report back. That was that. And then the final item is 315 Berry Street is ongoing. It's a BSA permit to allow installation of a battery storage system on the roof of a residential building where the zoning doesn't permit it. As you remember, FDNY presented to the full board during the hearing last month, and we had engaging discussion with them. But the main key takeaway is that they acknowledge that they don't have experience extinguishing lithium batteries at that scale, and definitely not on a rooftop. So the committee voted unanimously to recommend that the board send a follow-up letter to the Board of Standards Appeals to take note that FDNY basically acknowledged they don't have experience with a fire dealing with a system like this they're installing, and to reiterate our reticence in issuing a special permit on the site. So I need a motion to approve that issuing.
I'll make a motion.
Vega seconds.
Dell and who? Who?
Dell and Vega.
Okay, Dell and William Vega. Roll call vote, please.
Tina Argento. Bonin Bakawaski.
Yes.
Lisa Bamanti.
Yes.
Tina Barrows.
Yes.
Eric Brusides.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Cabone.
Yes.
Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Chincelli. Teresa Sincara. Stephanie Cuevas. Ron Daly. Giovanni Diamato.
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater.
Yes.
Arthur Divinowski.
Yes.
Lloyd Peng. Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes.
Crystal Garcia. Joe Goldstein. Joe Gross. David Helmick.
Yes.
Sabrina Help. Katie Denny Horowitz.
Yes.
Sonia Iglesias, yes. Moshe Zinding. Robert Jeffrey.
Yes.
Bonzina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Corey Canton.
Yes.
Paul Kulterborn.
Yes.
William Clasbo. Mr. Calvo. William. Yolando. Marie Lieza.
Yes.
Yolo. Pina McKeever.
Yes.
Adam Myers.
Yes.
Hugh Sante Michelli.
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz. Rabbi
Yes.
David Niederman.
That was a yes.
Thank you. Rabbi David Niederman.
This is also a yes.
Thank you. Karen Nieves. Mary Domerick,
Yes.
Janice Peterson, Bella Sables, Isaac Sofer.
Isaac Sofer, yes.
Thank you. Del T,
Yes.
William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Vieira,
Yes.
Simon Weiser. One quick question, guys. Am I going too fast?
You're perfect.
No.
Not too fast, just fine.
Thank you. $29 yes, 0 no, 0 abstention, 0 recusal. Be careful, guys. We're going down from 33, went down to 29. Just keep a note. Motion carries.
All right, thank you. That's it for environmental protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Like Sonia said, let's be mindful of the time. We're losing people and we don't want to lose our quorum. Land use?
Okay, thank you. I'll try to be really quick. I don't need a vote. Just to let you know that city planning wanted to let us know that they have they've gotten some funding to do a couple of studies, and the study that affects us and CB3 will be they can study explore stormwater flooding, climate change, resiliency in the public realm. Then it doesn't involve any kind of construction. They haven't even really laid out the specific geographical area, but they will be studying Flushing Avenue corridor. Appears that there was a body of water under there originally, and so there's still a lot of flooding. They also assured us that they are going to be involved in the Army Corps of Engineers stormwall plans, and they seem to indicate that they were going to align with us in saying that those huge storm walls that the Army Corps is suggesting is not in line with our vision for how we want our waterfront to be. And then the other thing, just to let you know that we had decided to study the Bushwick development plan, which was a very comprehensive, great plan. It was not accepted by the city, but there was a lot in it really that was in line with the kinds of conditions and policies we've been pushing for. Council Member Gutierrez's office suggested that we compile our conditions and put them in a list, and also try talking about possibly adding these conditions to our questionnaires, our rezoning questionnaires. It's time for those questionnaires to be updated anyway, so this is a good time. So we're going to be doing that. We're going to be compiling that, and some of the some of the committee members, trying to go fast here to get this done. Some of the committee members are going to have informal discussions with some of the housing nonprofits, just to get a sense, unofficially, of how they think we're doing with respect to the affordability and the open space and community facilities that we're supposed to have. And then down the road, we're going to meet with the nonprofits and with the elected officials, explore what we've gotten, what we were promised, and strategy for effectively pushing the city and the state to make good on those promises. So that's it. No votes. Done with the report, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Transportation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, my mic went out, so if you can't hear me, just tell me and I'll speak as loud as I can. I have a number of I have a number of items for a vote. I'll just run through them as quickly as I can. We had a street naming request for the corner of Driggs and Sutton Street in honor of Platoon Sergeant John H. Kozinecki. He was a casualty of the invasion of Okinawa during World War II. And there's a group in Long Island, in Staten Island, that works with school kids to, keep the heroes that we've lost alive in the memories of our kids. And this is part of that project. Mr. Husnacki, grew up on Sutton Street. He still has some distant family in the neighborhood. The family is going to reach out to the Polish Slavic Center and some other organizations and one of our non-board member committee members who's active in PS 110 is going to connect them to do some work with their kids should the co-naming go through, and have them attend the co-naming ceremony. So there was a motion to recommend to Community Board 1 the approval of the co-name, and DOT the approval of the co-naming of the corner of Sutton Street and Driggs Avenue in honor of Platoon Sergeant John E. Kojnacki, and that was approved unanimously without abstention. And I need a motion.
I'll make a motion. Phil Caponegro.
In Vega seconds.
Bill and Vega, roll call vote, please.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure the renaming of the streets are what, Eric?
Sorry. So it's excuse me, to recommend to recommend to Community Board 1 and Department of Transportation the approval of the co-naming of the corner of Sutton Street and Driggs Avenue in honor of Platoon Sergeant John E. Hojnacki, and it's Hojnacki.
Okay, thank you.
But I can forward this to you later, Sonia, for the
Well,
record.
yeah, because I'm gonna go crazy here.
Sure.
I gotta submit that tomorrow, so thank you.
Okay, it's in the report, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Gina Argento?
Sonia, Gina is on, but her audio is not working.
Is she, yes? Is she text? I have to give you guys my number. Because that way they could text me straight.
She's gonna email you. She'll email you.
Okay, thank you. Bonnie Bakarowski.
Yes.
Lisa Bamanti.
Yes.
Gina Barrows.
Yes.
Eric Rosaitis.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Bill Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Cabone.
Yes.
Steve Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Chincelli. Teresa Sincada. Stephanie Cuevas. Ron Daly. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater.
Yes.
You. Arthur Dibinovsky.
Yes.
Lloyd Feng. Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes.
Mr. Garcia. Joe Goldstein. Joe Gross. David Helmick.
Yes.
Sabrina Help. Katie Denny Horowitz.
Yes.
Tony Iglesias. Yes. Moses Inding. Robert Jeffrey.
No.
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 Rosina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Corey Canton.
Yes.
Paul Kilterborn.
Yes.
William Clasbold. William Casbold. Yolando. Marie Lieza.
Yes.
Yolo. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
You. Adam Myers.
Yes.
Sante Michelli.
No.
Toby Moskowitz. Toby.
Yes.
Rabbi David Needleman.
Yes.
Karen Nieves. Mary Domerick.
Yes.
Janice Peterson. Bella Sables. Isaac Sofer. Isaac Sofer.
Yes, Isaac. So.
Yes. Del T.
Yes.
William Vega.
Yes.
Maria Viera.
Yes.
Simon Weiser. Twenty-nine yes, 2 no, 0 abstentions, 0 recusal, motion carries.
Thank you. The second item was a discussion on the district needs statement. It got a little muddled, but because all last year we talked about doing the district, updating the district needs for transportation. We kept trying to put it on the agenda for the regular meeting, but because of all the chaos on the agenda of items, it didn't happen. So I suggested that that we ask the chair to form a subcommittee for transportation district needs that would meet between now and, let's say, June, before the regular board adjourns for the summer. It was the sense of the committee that was a good idea. There were 2 members that did not agree with that proposal, but it did pass. But of course, all committees are at the discretion of the chair, and so it was strictly a sense of the committee that we thought it was important to impanel a subcommittee to discuss district needs. I did listen in on the executive committee meeting that was the next night. I didn't attend, but I watched the next day. I heard some misrepresentations about what was happening at the meeting, but I just want to say, for the 100th time, like I said 100 times during the transportation committee meeting, that this is a sense of the committee that we think that this is important to do. There's a lot of capital improvements that need to happen with transportation. There's a lot in there that could be updated, that need to be updated. It's a different transportation array than we've been used to, even in the last 5 years. Now, I heard the chair at the executive committee say that she didn't think that we could fit it in with the number of meetings that we have. If we want to do a working group, we need to do something separate from the transportation committee to get into the weeds on these issues. So I'll just say that, and I'll leave it there. Although we did, the committee also voted that should Chair Fuller decide that it is a good idea to impanel a subcommittee on transportation district needs, that Paul Kelterborn, who's been doing work assembling a list and going through the old district needs statement, that he would be appropriate to chair that committee. I've talked to Gina Barros a number of times about the district needs statement. Whatever is the chair's decision, and we'll talk about that following this meeting. We will be putting a working group together one way or another to get this out, so that we can get it to Gina by the summer, so that she can fit it into the full district needs statement. And I look forward to doing that. But I just want to be clear that it is only at the discretion of the chair that these committees are formed. So any misrepresentations to that end, I just want to clear that up right now.
I'm so sorry, Eric. Sorry for interruption.
Yes.
We've got to be mindful. We've got to look at our bylaws. It's not at the discretion for this committee. It's that she appoints the chair.
That's correct.
Now, if you guys make a motion and you put it on the floor to vote, if you had enough people, then you put it on the floor and let the full board vote on it. Because it's either the chair, you look at the bylaws, you guys have to read your bylaws, please. I serve on the bylaws. We've got to be very careful. And
yes.
we've got to get informed. It
So
does
now
say,
go ahead.
It does say the chair or the board, but if it's a recommendation based on a motion to create a committee, then it goes to the full board. If you guys did that at your meeting, you can present it as a motion. But please, guys, do yourselves a favors and read the bylaws.
Well, it was, well, I mean, I don't know. So we did vote on two separate items. One that was seconded by Vice Chair Weiser to do the subcommittee. But it's a vote if anybody wants to make that motion. I don't want to add to any confusion or idea. It is in the bylaws that the chair does or the board, but it was a sense of the committee that we would recommend to Chair Fuller that she impanel it or not. So I just want to be clear on that. Even in the report, it states that this is not meant to be a vote for the full board, but it is a sense of the committee. So I'll leave it at that. And I have another motion. I have another item that needs a vote. But if
Can I make a comment, Eric?
yes, please.
I sit on two very busy committees, on the Land Use Committee and on the Environmental Committee, and the district needs statement and the work that Gina's done on it is so vital, and it's really important for committees to prioritize what they want. And often in the course of regular committee meetings, there just isn't time to do that. And so I think it's something across the board, so to speak, that we should think about with the busy committees, that maybe they can, maybe a smaller working group can be impaneled to work on the district needs and present back to their committees, and just to make sure we don't let another year go by without really doubling down on the district needs statement.
So this is Del T. I was at the executive committee meeting, and Eric, just to make it clear for everyone, at least the majority of the people on the executive committee felt that it would be a good idea for you to have a working group, and that way, you could have a working group. You can set it up however you want. You don't necessarily have to. You don't necessarily have to then have WebEx meetings and treat it and fit it in somehow, with as separate meetings. You would have a working group, and then the working group would come back and report back to the full committee, and then the full committee could deal with the situation. So just to clarify, I think that we were very supportive of having a working committee and having whoever you want to be leading that committee or taking the lead on that committee.
Yeah, thanks for that, Del. Yeah, I did hear those comments, and a working group would be fine. But just given all the craziness that goes on in the transportation committee between members and the public and everything else, I thought maybe a subcommittee, but a working group would be perfectly appropriate. We would take it up as a full agenda item in June, or I guess it would have to be May to get it to the well, it doesn't really need a vote of the board, right? It just needs to go to the budget committee. But anyway, to get it done, I just want to get this done by June. We tried to do this all last year. It needs separate attention because it's a granular list. It's a little bit different than some of the other district needs in certain ways, that it just deserves full attention to get it done. And I've even spoken to Gina, and Gina had said that she had hoped that other committees would do something like not a subcommittee, but maybe a working group or something to submit a more fulsome list of district needs. So look, I just want to get it done, right? So I don't care if it's a subcommittee, I don't care if it's a working group, it just has to get done. It has to get done correctly. And that was it. I brought it up because it was part of the meeting. We did vote on it. And I just wanted to be, fully clear what the intention was. So without any misrepresentation. So that's it. But thank you, Del.
May I ask, Eric, you're talking about a subcommittee of the transportation committee, right? You're not talking about a district needs subcommittee.
No. It's a temporary committee of the transportation committee just to assemble a district needs statement. And and it would probably be a one-time thing because, not a one-time thing, but one-time thing to get it right and nailed down this year, so that we can only make minor adjustments in the following years.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that we have had similar conversations in parks where it comes up and perhaps too late in the year, even though it seems like it's months in advance, that there just aren't any dates left for additional meetings to
Yeah.
review the needs. And so I especially because there is also overlap on so many committees, parks and transportation is one of them, environmental protection and land use, there's just so many that perhaps a committee, a board-wide subcommittee or working group could be of use here.
Well, I mean, there's Gina's committee, and a lot of that work can and should be done there. And Gina's done amazing work to put that together. But that's a full plate for Gina. So I just want to, we are the transportation committee. We do understand these issues, and just to get something to her that's digestible that we can, work with her on, so that she doesn't have to, do a lot of extra work to hash that out. But thanks, Katie. I appreciate that comment.
I just want to say, as a member of Gina's committee, I appreciate that your committee and any other committee wants to put, give some attention to what you really would like us to add to the district needs statement. I mean, I think it's important. And again, if you set up a working group, you don't need to have anyone's permission or approval for that. So
Yes.
I'm very supportive of input. When we sit down and finally have to do that budget, it's really good to have specific input from the committee.
Thanks, Del. I was gonna bring this up before this meeting, but I wanted to just have it in the report and get it out for the full board, and then I will follow up with Chair Fuller either this week or next, and we'll move forward that way. I'm not going to ask for a vote for the board to approve this. I think the case has been made that it's an important thing, and I'll discuss it with Chair Fuller offline. So if there's no further discussion on this, I do have a couple more items. Fine to go? Okay, good. And thank you everybody for that. So we went into, oh God, I lost my place. Sorry, just bear with me 1 second. Old business. Okay, so we had another fatality on the 28th of December at the corner of Grand and Graham. A moped was hit, and the rider was killed by a truck. And as we all know, any fatality on our streets results in a letter request to the different agencies for an explanation of the status of the investigation. And so there's a motion, boilerplate motion, Community Board 1 to send its standard inquiry letter to NYPD Highway Patrol, 90th Precinct, XO Vasquez, District Attorney Gonzalez, with copies to Borough President Reynoso, Councilmember Gutierrez, New York City Department of Transportation Borough Commissioner Bray, as to the state of the investigation for the traffic fatality involving a moped and a truck at the intersection of Grand Street and Graham Avenue on December 28th, 2022. And that was unanimous without abstention. I need a vote.
I'll make a motion, Trina.
Vega seconds.
Seconded, Julia.
Thank you.
William and Trina and William,
Trina,
right?
Trina and Vega, roll call vote, please.
Gina Argento. Baden Bakarowski.
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte.
Yes.
Gina Barrows.
Yes.
Eric Brusitis.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Carbone, Steve Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chincelli, Teresa Sincato, Stephanie Cuevas, Ron Daly, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Evan Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Dibanaski,
Yes.
Lloyd Fang, Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Crystal Garcia, Joe Goldstein, Joe Gross, David Helmick,
Yes.
Sabrina Help, Katie Denny Horowitz,
Yes.
Sonny Iglesias, yes. Moses Ending, Robert Jeffrey,
Yes.
Bonzina Kaminsky,
Yes.
Corey Canton,
Yes.
Paul Kulterborn,
Yes.
William Clasvold, Yolando, Marie Lieza,
Yes.
Yolo, Trina McKeever,
Yes.
Adam Myers,
Yes.
Sante Michelli,
Yes.
Toby Markowitz, Rabbi David Needleman, Karen Nieves, Mary Domerick,
Yes.
Janice Peterson, Bella Sable, Isaac Sofer, Del T,
Yes.
William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Viera, Maria Viera,
Yes.
Simon Weiser,
Frank Carbone, yes. Sorry.
thank you. Twenty-seven yes, zero no, zero abstentions, zero recusal, motion carries.
Thank you. There was quite a bit of old business, but I'll just highlight thanks to Councilmember Ressler for bringing up Commercial Street. That's on our plate currently. And then new business. We talked about the 210 Greenpoint Avenue, the gas station site that Steve referenced. We're still looking for a better. It's Rhonda sent it out for inspection. It passed inspection, but we're not happy with it. Someone's going to die at that corner, so we need to keep working on that and get the subdivisions of DOT to get the contractor to do something better. And then the last item of new business, which took up quite a bit of time. I think a lot of you will know that the Puerto Rican community was very upset about the removal of the Avenue of Puerto Rico signs on Graham Avenue. I did my own little investigation. It was just a stupid thing to do. There's no clear answer from DOT. Like, was it a mistake? Is it a citywide thing? We don't know. We still are trying to figure that out, but it doesn't matter. It was a huge slap in the face to the Puerto Rican community, especially with all the controversy around Moore Street Market that's going on over the years and everything else. It was just like the stupidest thing the city could have done was to take down those signs. And William and I went to a rally. We met some of the organizers of the coalition that Saturday after it happened. We talked to a lot of folks. I thought that they were going to come and speak tonight. So I just want to, if any of them are on the call, I just want to make sure that you understand that this board, and I want to let you know that I got calls from a couple board members about this item. We hear that you want an apology. We hear that you want a better explanation. And to that end, there was a motion that Community Board 1 should send a letter to New York City DOT Commissioner Rodriguez asking for a detailed explanation of the process that resulted in the removal of the Avenue of Puerto Rico along the Avenue of Puerto Rico signs along the Graham Avenue corridor, and that was unanimous without abstention.
I make a motion, and I wanted to say
Sonia,
the Latino
seconds
community.
it.
The Latino community was offended, not only the Puerto Ricans.
Yes, that's true, but yes, absolutely. But we heard from them, so.
I second it,
Second.
Sonia.
And thank you, Sonia, for calling me that morning. I really appreciate it.
No, thank you, Eric. I appreciate you, much appreciate. Everyone in my community are so grateful to you. Thank you, Eric. 1,000 thank yous.
No problem. Least I could do.
Who made the motion? Who seconded?
Take a second.
No, Sonia second.
I make the motion. I
Iris made it,
All
Sonia
good, all
second.
good.
Okay, roll call vote.
Gina Argento. Martin Bakarowski.
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte.
Yes.
Gina Barrows.
Yes.
Eric Rosides.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Bill Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Cabone.
Yes.
Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Cinchelli. Teresa Cercado. Stephanie Cuevas. Juan Daly. Giovanni Diamato.
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater.
Yes.
Arthur Dibanaski.
Yes.
Lloyd Fang. Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes.
Crystal Garcia. Crystal Garcia. Joe Goldstein. Joe Gross. David Helmick.
Yes.
Sabrina Help. Katie Denny Horowitz.
Yes.
Thank you. Sonia Iglesias, yes. Motion's ending. Robert Jeffrey.
Yes.
Rosina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Corey Canton.
Yes.
Paul Kulterborn.
Yes.
William Clasbo. Yolando. Marie Lieza.
Yes.
Thank you. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Adam Myers.
Yes.
Dante Michelli. Mr. Santa. Toby Moskowitz. Rabbi David Niederman. Karen Nieves. Mary Adamarick.
Yes.
Dennis Peterson. Bella Sables. Isaac Sofer. Del T.
Yes.
William Vega.
Yes.
Maria Vieira. Maria Vieira.
Yes.
Simon Weiser. Ladies and gentlemen, 25 yes, 0 no, 0 abstention, 0 recusal. We're dangerously close, people. We're dangerously close. Thank you guys for your support.
Thank you. Next meeting, Thursday, February 23rd. Thanks.
Housing and public housing. Maria Vieira.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. And folks, thank you for staying on. So I am happy to report that on January 30th, last Monday, the Housing and Public Housing Committee, I see you, Julia. The Housing and Public Housing Committee met to discuss this very egregious situation of the increase that Kraus Management is imposing on the Bedford Gardens apartments. As you heard earlier from Councilmember Ressler, I think that all of the electeds in the district are opposing this egregious imposition. And Community Board 1, there was a motion to pass a resolution to be sent to HPD opposing this rent increase. The resolution was passed this today or yesterday. I don't know if you all saw it. Did you? Did you not? I'm happy to read it if you didn't. I ain't looking at you, Julia.
I believe that it was circulated to everybody by email.
It was circulated.
Definitely saw it today. Yep.
Yes, yes, and we all know, just to summarize, it's a 647 unit housing development, 8 buildings. It's a Mitchell-Lama. Kraus wants to increase the rent. The proposal is that they increase it by 25% this year, 2023, 25% in 2024, and another 15% in 2025. Who ever heard of that? That's crazy. We are asking that the full board supports the submission of this resolution to HPD opposing this incredibly egregious rent increase. Can I please have a motion to support this resolution?
The motion that we
I
support
move.
this.
I second the motion.
Wait a minute, guys. Who made the
It was
motion?
We all
Julia.
second the motion.
Was we
Motion
all? I
was
just
made
need
by
one
who?
person. Julia made the motion. Julia, who
Who?
second? I didn't hear who second.
I
Is
second
that
the motion.
second?
Guys, you gotta help me here. Who made the motion?
Julia Foster made the motion. Who seconded?
I'll
I
second.
second Iris Cabrera.
Julia and
Iris.
Iris, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Gina Argento. Baden Bakarowski.
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte.
Yes.
Gina Barrows.
Yes.
Eric Rosaitis.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Phil Capernegro.
Yes.
Frank Cavone.
Yes.
Steve Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Cinchelli. Teresa Sincara. Stephanie Cuevas. Ron Daly. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater.
Yes.
Arthur Dubinowski.
Yes.
Lloyd Fang. Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes.
Crystal Garcia. Joe Goldstein. Joe Gross. David Helmick.
Yes.
Sabrina Help. Katie Denny Horowitz.
Yes.
Q. Sonia Iglesias, yes. Moses Ending. Robert Jeffrey.
Yes.
Q. Bonzina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Corey Canton.
Yes.
Paul Kilterborn.
Yes.
William Clagsbold. Yolando. Marie Liaison.
Yes.
Joe Lowe. Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Adam Myers.
Yes.
Sante Michelli.
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz. Rabbi David Niederman. Karen Nieves. Mary Domerick.
Yes.
Janet Peterson. Bella Sable. Isaac Sofer. Mr. Isaac. Del T.
Yes.
William Vega.
Yes.
Maria Viera.
Yes.
Simon Weiser. Twenty-seven yes, zero no, zero abstentions, zero recusal, motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. And that's it from the Housing and Public Housing Committee.
Thank
Yay!
you. Thank you. Women's Commission, Women's Committee, Jane Poole. Turn on your mic. We can't hear you,
Hi,
Jane.
oh, sorry. Hi, everyone. Thank you. Jan is in Mexico, so I'm taking over here. So our report last month, we had Julia Salazar come to speak with us about the Women's Pavilion at Woodhull Hospital. She had gotten $3.5 million to help women with essential services, prenatal, general gynecological, STD testing treatments, genetic. So she's done a lot to help, and we thought it would be good to get the conversation going about what she needs there, and how to support women who need those services. And it just seems like there needs to be more connection between people who need the services and further support, a lot of education. And so, and Bella Sabel noted that a woman from her community, from the Hasidic community, had birthed the baby in that center at Woodhall, and was really happy with the improvements that they've been making there. So we also, to Women's Swim, I think everyone knows some of their hours have been cut. So we are trying to get a meeting among the elected officials. Lincoln's been really helpful with that, and with the Human Rights Commission, because we were told that that was the reason for cutting, that they were the ones who wanted to cut the hours, but they are saying that that is not the case. So we're trying to figure out why we can't kind of keep going back and forth with this issue, and hopefully resolve that. We also, Neighborhood Women, Jan Peterson founded that organization in the 70s. Most of you probably know about it. But we are reinvigorating the organization, and we're kind of looking at what might be a good service to the community for a programming sort of thing to, kind of invigorate the community. And we had seen the rise in street harassment around the community, and a lot of division, and a lot of people not getting along well, and online harassment, various types of harassment. And there's an organization called Right to Be, which is formerly Hollaback. They teach people various types of de-escalation of aggressive harassment. And many of their trainings are, some are general, just street harassment, bystander intervention training, but some are customized for, teenagers, LGBTQIA, all different types of people in work, bars, they train bartenders. So we're looking to sort of train a lot of different types of people throughout the community and connect with organizations. So I've talked to the Y, the library, and a lot of different organizations in the community. And anyone who's interested, please reach out to me. But we are looking to do kind of a campaign in the community, and Right to Be is amazing. So I think that'll be a nice, a nice thing to do. And I tried to keep all of that short because a project that many of you know that I've been working on with my friend Jane Lee, who is on, and some other, we have a nice little team of us who've been working. Jan has done a lot to bring women's history about this community here. And I met her because I started working on a project years ago that's been slow going because of other projects, called the All Along Project. And what we're looking at is the fact that there's very little representation of women in history in America and Brooklyn and North Brooklyn. And so we thought we'd like to start here to pilot a project to kind of bring women's history more into the community. And I guess the way it came into my head, I'll just give a quick spiel, is I was giving my nieces directions driving into the city, and I heard myself saying, okay, take the George Washington Bridge down the Henry Hudson Parkway, past Lincoln Center, Javits Center, to the Joe DiMaggio Parkway. And if the traffic is bad, take the FDR to the Ed Koch Bridge or the RFK Bridge. Either way, you're going to the Kosciuszko Bridge. And, and everything is named after men. And we thought, my daughter's gone to 4 schools: Oliver Perry, Samuel DuPont, Eugenio de Hostis, and Fiorello LaGuardia. And, we're not angry, but we're saying, what could we do that could maybe, mitigate some of this lopsided representation? So Jane, we're going to put a little presentation up, and talk a little bit about this, to share this. We'd like to start a committee in the community. So this is kind of an outreach, and we'd like for, recommendations too. And Jane, you can start talking now. So introducing Jane Lee.
Am I muted? Okay, now I'm unmuted. Okay. Sorry, it's always new ways of working. So hi, I'm Jane. I'm friends with Jane. We're very creative in our friend name choices, apparently. But we've been working on this project together. Jane, pipe in whenever you want. I'm an architect. I'm based in Greenpoint. I have been for a few years. I live in Greenpoint as well. So the project is called the All Along Project, basically to honor women who have been there all along and working for our communities all along. And I'll try to keep this brief. I know it's late, and probably a lot of you just want to go to bed or call it quits tonight. So it's a project that's sort of proposing an easy system of markers that can be installed in sort of existing New York City green infrastructure without taking away the fact that they are, in fact, green infrastructure. We're not sort of lofty enough to think that we can come up with a new park space, which is at a hot commodity. It's more of like finding ways to honor people and sort of subtle insertions or insistent insertions into existing green spaces. We did a lot of research and have found that in all of our public spaces, only 6% of stations nationwide include a female figure. But if you remove those figures, like the fictional figures, like Alice in Wonderland or Lady Liberty, Lady Victory, it's only 0.3% of all statues in the United States honor women.
I think that's astounding.
It is, and a lot of them are the same women over and over, obviously. I mean, same with men, but there's, when you're only at 0.3%, your numbers get a little smaller. So we're sort of seeking to integrate women and women's history and women's accomplishments into sort of the everyday infrastructure around us, so it becomes more part of the kind of known historical fact and more part of the known kind of community impact that different women have had. In New York, 1.9% of parks, playgrounds, and monuments are dedicated to women, and only 7 statues directly represent women who are not fictional. And if I go back to the previous slide, you'll see that women are only just slightly over animals, which is, we did beat them, which is exciting, but not significantly.
Right. And there are temporary statues that have gone up, but for permanent statues, yeah.
Yeah.
And there are monumental women, and there are a couple of organizations that are adding. I think 10 more statues are slated to be added, which is great, but it still has us way behind. So.
Yeah, and it's great. And I think the other thing that has sort of struck us as we worked on this project is it's great to honor sort of like the big historical women who have had an impact, but there's so many ways that people, but women's, like in this project, women who are not kind of like the big names that everybody talks about, but have transformed communities. Like I'm sure we can all think of examples in North Brooklyn alone. And this is sort of proposing a way of also honoring those women. Like not every single person has to be, Betsy Ross, who's the one that we found the most statues of, but it could also be like a really great civil rights, civic organizer, community organizer, somebody who has like a very big community impact.
Well, just from working on this project, I'll interject here. I was trying to Google, like, okay, what are great women of North Brooklyn, of Greenpoint or Williamsburg? And, the Google doesn't just give you the name. So it's really hard to find these people. And this grassroots way of getting the idea out is how I'm learning about who these historical women are. And Jeffrey Cobb, our local historian. But aside from that, it's really hard. And through the Women's Committee, I learned about Sister Frances Cress. Now, many of you, because we did start through North Brooklyn Parks Alliance, we did start an annual award dedicated to Sister Frances Cress. But those of you who don't know her, she was a nun who in the 1970s really made the connection between the contaminants in the Newtown Creek and the cancer clusters. and she was making a lot of noise to try to do something about this, and she was shut down. She got herself a hazmat suit. So this was a nun in a hazmat suit who was jumping the fences, collecting samples, and eventually got the attention of Mayor Ed Koch, and co-founded the Department of Environmental Protection, and later won the Congressional Medal of Honor because her work was so integral to the Clean Water Act. And so Sister Frances Cress lived and died in Greenpoint just a few years ago. I'd never heard of her. I fought that power plant for 8.5 years, done lots of environmental justice, never heard about her. And we could have honored her, gotten her stories, but we're honoring her now because I feel like that's pretty big contribution to our neighborhood. This kind of grassroots organizing is a way that a lot of women organize. And some of these, so we're looking at path, maybe a path in a park or a public space, a public privately owned space, or a pier or a plaza. So this is something we'll be, needing to talk with Parks and DOT. And we've started the conversation, and it will be political too. So we're going to need community support to do this. But we think this could really make our history richer and more interesting.
Yeah, and even just as a start, we sort of started identifying different green streets, privately owned public spaces, public parks, like just sort of mapping them in North Brooklyn alone to sort of like look at different possibilities, which is not to say that these are all the possibilities. We just sort of started our work, and we would love ideas from the community or site suggestions, or even like a completely different mode of thinking about it. But we started to come up with like sort of different ideas of how these things could look, and they could just be signs inserted in a garden like this, but you could scan the sign with your phone for like a QR code or something that would give you a history of that person. And then ultimately it would all be on sort of a digital map, so you could navigate the city looking at all of these different locations, and you could also kind of get an idea of things that happened in different neighborhoods at different times, and they could all be linked together through an app and through like an online map. But we're still just looking to pilot the first one, obviously, but that's our vision for the future. Also, like sort of through this toolkit, like we're saying women in this instance, and that's what our initiative is, but we also think this could be a model for other communities to honor people that they think are worthy of honoring. Like it could be veterans, or it could be, I don't know, I'm just coming up. It's very late for me, by the way. I get up very early in the morning, so this is like bedtime. And these are, a few other ideas. Like they could just be very simple little signs that attach to railings, existing railings along the waterfront, or I guess perhaps seawalls, based on past conversations in this call. We could build a whole seawall out of brick. Or they could be sort of paths that are in parks. And it's not something that would take away from the nature of any green space at all. It's just adding a layer of information and history that could be sort of make the fabric of our city a little bit richer.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
and we're looking at our diverse community where we are, and we kind of feel like, we'd love to pilot finding a place on the south side, finding a place near Cooper Park houses, finding a place in Greenpoint, finding a place, just finding a few different places where we could have these interventions that would really tell stories of women. And then the online database, we have a kind of genius tech guy friend who created the algorithms for how Lyft charges people. And he's got, I don't understand any of his Google Scholar articles. He's kind of a genius, but he has a user-friendly concept for how we could have an online database that could be added.
Please summarize the hours late, and we still have other business.
Okay. Anyway, thank you. So we'd like, I don't know how we'd like to set up committee meetings next month to start searching for, the names of women that people would like to propose, put a committee together for that. and just get this piloted and going in this community. And we're also going to be doing a Kickstarter campaign pretty soon. So if anyone is interested, I'll put my information in the chat. And any comments or questions, or I know it's late, but thank you. Recommendations. I could meet with other committees if that makes sense. Parks, DOT, anyone. But I'll put my name in the chat, and thank you.
You can send your information to the community board along with your presentation if you like.
Okay, that'd be
We'll
great.
send it out to the rest of the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It
On
was a
till
great
10 o'clock.
presentation. I wish you all the success.
Thank you very much.
Nice
welcome.
job.
That concludes committee reports. Parks as written. Electeds. Bruno Daniels from the Borough President's Office.
Hello, Chair Fuller.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm here to respond to the request for questions on the proposed rules. I know it's late. We can do that another time. I'm seeing people already like, we can do that another time, or we can do it now. It's completely up to you.
Yeah, I know it's late. Do anybody want to talk about the proposed rules that the Borough President's coming out with? And there's a comment section. Said, when is the last date for the comment session, Bruno? When is the last date to comment, make comments?
There's a good amount of time because the hearing won't be till March, and I think it'll be towards the later part of March. We don't even have the email set up yet to receive it, so there is a good amount of time.
Okay, good. Does anybody that read the proposal have any questions that they're dying to ask Bruno? Apparently nobody read it.
I read it, Madam Chair, but I'm fried.
I can also set aside a time with a smaller group of people, like a small working group that really wants to do that. Just email me directly, or I can email in the morning, Chair Fuller.
Okay, let's try to get a consensus from the board. Would you like for Bruno to come back to the full board, or maybe go to a committee meeting?
I would like him to come back. I would love it if this could be an item on our agenda.
Yeah, the presentation early in the day, because it's very important, Mr. Bruno.
Yes,
I suggest that we get him early.
Okay, well, my suggestion is that we'll have you back and we'll put you on the public hearing session.
Sounds great.
Is that fine?
Thank you.
Does that
Thank you
sound
for
fine
coming.
to
Thank
everybody?
you, Bruno.
No problem.
Thank you, Bruno.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you so much, Bruno.
For hanging on, Bruno.
Chair,
Okay.
this is William Vega. I got a text from Daniel Wiley. He the district manager for.
I got it.
Okay,
I'm
good.
going about my list. Thank you. Miranda from Assemblywoman Gallagher's office. Okay. Senator Kristen Gonzalez office, Maritza.
Hi there. The senator is actually just trying to connect and it's not letting her into the meeting.
Oh. Is she still trying to get on?
She is, yes.
I don't know. Is she using the same email that you used to try to get on?
Yes, she is. If you wouldn't mind just giving us 1 minute while she just figures this out.
Well, I'll call the next speaker and I'll come back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gutierrez's office, Abraham Lugo. Lugo still on? It's past everybody's bedtime. Daniel Wiley from Congresswoman Velasquez's office. Daniel Wiley.
You may need to be unmuted.
Oh, okay, thank you. I just just got elevated. I was listening to the State of the Union on my other ear. Um, I'm pinch hitting for Evelyn Cruz. She and I are both district directors. Excuse me, Sam. Are both district, my son. We're both district directors for Congresswoman Nydia Velasquez. It's great to have more of Community Board 1 in our district. The Congresswoman is looking forward to seeing you all join us on February 23rd. That's a Thursday that Lincoln Wrestler mentioned that we're working closely with and all the local elected officials to bring the Army Corps of Engineers here to the Brooklyn waterfront, Triskelion Arts on 106 Collier Street from 7 to 9 p.m. And that will be giving an opportunity for folks to better understand the study that they're doing on flood protection and what's being proposed, at least preliminarily, but still is far, far off from being a real design yet. And we're going to be joined by Senator Christian Gonzalez and Emily Gallagher, as well as Lincoln Wrestler and folks from the Queens side, Councilwoman Julie Wan, and Newtown Creek Alliance, North Brooklyn Neighbors, Bushwick Inlet Park, North Brooklyn Parks Alliance, even Hunters Point Parks Conservancy will participate and have an opportunity in this forum to give their specific feedback and help people put in comments, which are due March 7th for the record. So that's coming up. And thanks to everyone. I'm also looking forward to reading Steve Chesler, his tome. But these concerns are something everyone should come out for. I also want to express the Congresswoman's dismay at the shooting that occurred at Williamsburg houses. She's going to keep fighting the iron pipeline and is looking together to put together some dialogue. She just got funding in community funding projects for the WIC for anti-violence services throughout the district. So that's coming down the pike. So anyway, from Congressman Velasquez, I don't want to take any more of your time, but thanks for having me.
You're welcome, Daniel. In the future, we send out an email to all the electors to sign up and speak before 2 o'clock on the day of the meeting. So our meeting's always, first 2, whatever. You can look at our calendar, but I didn't have your name because you didn't sign up.
Yeah, that's my bad. And Evelyn usually does cover, but like I'm saying, pitch hitting for her. But we'll get.
Thank you so much for pitching in. I appreciate it. And for staying on so late.
Sure thing.
Thank you. Marissa, did the senator get on?
Yes, Senator's with us now.
Hi, everyone.
Okay.
Hi.
Senator Gonzalez.
Hi, nice to see you all. I apologize in advance. This is going to be a little shorter than I anticipated because the place I am in is currently closing, so I'm about to get kicked out. But I just wanted to pop on, say hi, and give you some quick updates on how our first month has been in Albany. So as you all know, we were inaugurated and sworn in earlier last month, but we got our committee assignments. I am now chairing Internet and Technology. I'm also on the Transportation Committee, Disabilities, Energy, and Telecommunications, which is really exciting from an environmental justice standpoint, ethics, and consumer protection. Excited with this, suite of committees to fight for more of our priorities around environmental justice, as I mentioned, but also around data and privacy, because I think that's something that as activists should be front of mind. In the last month, it started with the fight against LaSalle, which, I was the first senator to come out against LaSalle as our Court of Appeals pick. It then went into a lot of organizing work. We were supporting NICENA and other unions in their efforts, and then transitioned into right now, as we're preparing for budget, starting to meet with other electeds, both in our overlaps, but also you know, in the state Senate to begin, you know, mapping out our priorities and what we'll be advocating for. So some of those include, for example, the first bill that we proposed called the Personal Privacy Protection Modernization Act, which closes a loophole and requires law enforcement to have a warrant whenever they're receiving data, our personal data from state agencies, but also includes, for example, you know, this weekend I met with our overlapping Brooklyn electeds and Senator Gillibrand to talk about ensuring that we are pushing for a road diet on McGinnis Boulevard, talking about the Army Corps plan and ensuring that our waterfront remains renewable. I know we have a town hall coming up with Assemblymember Gallagher and City Councilmember Lincoln Ressler on the same, which is incredibly important. We've also been pushing for our energy priorities, so the Build Public Renewables Act, but to reduce fossil fuel infrastructure. One thing that I spoke on in the Energy Committee specifically was to ensure that the fracked gas vaporizers, of course, are not coming back online, but that we aren't investing in any more fossil fuel infrastructure across not only in Brooklyn, but across the city and state. So we're being very clear about our priorities. I'm going to stop there because, again, I'm a little bit on the shorter end, but I do want to take any questions if folks have. Or if there are any specific things you all would like for me to speak to so that I can make sure I cover it today.
Anybody have any questions for the senator? No, don't hear any. Thank you so much, and we look forward to working with you. Have a good evening.
Of course. Good work. Thank you all so much. Please stay tuned on Office. I do want to shout out, I have Marissa from our team on the call, so she's happy to take any, if a question does come up, please reach out to us. We're here, we're staffed up and ready to go. So
we will. We
Thank
look
you all.
forward to working with you in your office.
Look forward to working with all of you, and thank you all so much. Okay, have a good night. Bye, guys.
Thank you, likewise. Is there any old business?
Yes,
Yep.
this is Mary. I have 2 items that I'd like to bring up for old business. Speaking of fabulous women, I want to bring to your attention and honor the memory of Irene Klementovich, who passed away in January. She was an environmental pioneer in our neighborhood. And also in January, Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney left office, and she was representing us for several years in North Brooklyn and brought in a lot of good work. So I'd like to honor her as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Thank Congresswoman for all her work she did for us. Is there any other old business?
Yes, please, Steve Kessler. Yeah, can we please get an update on the district manager position fulfillment?
We're beginning the process of interviews. We're setting them up.
We got a nice
Yes,
cachet
we got
of
a
candidates.
substantial amount of applications. Any other questions? Any new business? No new business? I mean, no new business? I'd like to thank everybody for their patience tonight. It's been a trying meeting, but we all hung in there. And I know the hour was late, so I'd just like to thank everybody for their patience and all the hard work that they're doing. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second.
Accepted. Meeting adjourned. Be healthy, be safe, everybody.
Good night, all.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Good night. Good night.